English day off, and as far as the discussion of tariffs in that movie. And so not real academic there, but all of a sudden then they recognize this could be a big deal for them as far as inflation. It could be a big deal for them as far as overall economic certainty. So we really encourage everyone to take a step back. Let's look at long-term goal objectives. Ask yourself, are you an investor or are you a trader? And then based upon your answer on that, you can make decisions to make money in any environment. However, it's a little bit different methodology. So number one was back in April, we encouraged everyone, actually before that, back in the middle of February, we saw the market hit an all-time high, and encouraged everyone to say, hey, stay calm. There's going to be some uncertainties and some storms coming about. We're going to make sure we make logical decisions based upon facts. And whenever we saw the tariff announcement hit on April the 2nd, it caused a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty. We know the markets do not like uncertainty. So we encourage them, let's allow this to play out. Let's look for opportunities in the carnage. Let's try to find ways to make money in the midst of. And sure enough, whenever more information came out, cooler heads prevailed, and we saw the markets bounce back, actually up 22% from that low that we saw on April the 10th.
So what are some of the companies that you like? Top pick.
I'll tell you, top pick right now is I love Leidos. Phenomenal company. Relative strength has been moving very mightily there. Strong moat as far as the technology space of defense and as far as in medical research and development. And so love Leidos and have been early on investor in that earlier this year. And it's been a strong performer. You know, we actually look for opportunities. Right now, we saw tremendous opportunities overall in the tech space with the sell-off there in April. And so big names in there, Snowflake, D-Dog, were a couple that we actually loaded up on early on, and very happy for those investments.
Hey, John, I have to ask for a friend here. Enbridge. That's a name on
He's hooking me
list.
up on this one.
So talk to us about energy and Enbridge.
You know, Enbridge is very interesting, and so when we look at energy, we look at what part of the energy sector that they are in. And so we know for sure, as far as a lot of the oil companies, the Shells, the BPs of the world, the Exxons, the Mobiles, they all saw some tremendous price pressures as far as on their equity prices. Whenever we saw the price of oil drop down, and yet at the same time, those involved in distribution, such as Enbridge, they're actually held very well. Their dividend is very strong. And so no matter what happens in the economy, we know they'll still be moving oil through pipelines and through other distribution channels. And Enbridge has been a long-term player in that. So we see them as a strong cash position, very low long-term debt. It's a great value holding. If you have uncertainty as far as in the economy, those type of companies such as Enbridge really play out well.
All right, John, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. John Creekmore, Chief Investment Officer, Creekmore Wealth Advisors, Morton, Illinois. Check it out, folks, just outside of Peoria. Again, it doesn't get any more middle America than that. Let's head back down to Washington, D.C. We've heard from President Trump a lot. He's been in the Capitol this morning, meeting with members of Congress, talking about the tax bill and policy and some of the spending plans. Tyler Kendall's there, a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. I believe she is right out in front of U.S. Representative Mike Lawler's office. And Mike Lawler looks, as John Tucker was just reporting, to be a pivotal person in this whole negotiation. What's the latest from Capitol Hill, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Paul. So Congressman Mike Lawler came out of this meeting with President Trump and told reporters that he's not going to budge on his position when it comes to lifting the SALT cap. Now, yes, we are here in front of his office. For our radio listeners, you can probably, they're behind me, American flags, New York flags, as we wait to see if he's going to come back out and gaggle with us reporters on any further details. Now, we knew going into this meeting that these SALT Republicans from these high-tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California would be put on the defensive because President Trump seemed to downplay lifting the SALT cap going into this meeting. As he arrived on Capitol Hill, he ultimately said that he thinks lifting it would benefit blue states with high tax policies. Now, these lawmakers, though, are really digging in. The current proposal would lift the cap from $10,000 to $30,000, and these lawmakers say that they want to see more than that, and they do have some leverage here. One, these Republican moderates really did help House Republicans clinch the majority that they now are able to utilize to pass this reconciliation package on this fast-track way. And the other is that if they let the 2017 tax cuts expire, then the SALT cap would end up being unlimited.
What are the chances that there is any movement from Lawler on the SALT bill? I mean, President Trump can be very persuasive, and he's on Capitol Hill to get that done.
Right, exactly. That's going to be the big question that we're watching here. Right now, there are about 5 holdouts from the SALT caucus that will not vote for this bill as it is currently written, raising that cap up to $30,000. And when we look at the math, House Speaker Mike Johnson has very slim margins. He can only afford to lose 3 Republican votes. One of them is already a done deal, already a firm no. That's Thomas Massie of Kentucky. He's a fiscal hawk that says that he will not vote for any legislation that's not at least deficit neutral. And of course, we are a long way from that with this current bill. So we're going to have to see what sort of compromises actually look like. We're talking here when it comes to SALT about potentially income limits, phase outs, and then what would look like when it comes to potentially snapping that SALT cap back down after a certain amount of time. So there does seem to be potentially some wiggle room here that lawmakers can work with. But President Trump, according to Republicans in the room, said that his message was clear. They want them to stop messing around when it comes to the SALT cap so that they can advance this bill forward. Just quickly, of course, the other side of this is that fiscal hawks also don't want to see the SALT cap moved because at this point they are looking for some of those more savings policies when it comes to spending cuts and revenue raisers to offset any increase to the cap.
Tyler, what's, I guess, the next step here? I kind of remember somebody talking about Memorial Day being a date that we need to pay attention to. What are the next steps in the calendar?
At this point, House Speaker Mike Johnson does say that they are on track to pass this by Memorial Day. We're going to have to see what ends up happening because the next vote is in the Rules Committee, and that is Wednesday at 1 a.m. Eastern. They did it early to comply with some of the procedural rules here on Capitol Hill in a bid to try to get this to a full House floor vote by this Thursday. Now, importantly, in that Rules Committee, there are 2 fiscal hawks that sit on it that could really have some sway here, and that's Congressman Chip Roy, as well as Ralph Norman. Now, the latter has indicated that he's going to let the bill pass through rules because this is more of a procedural vote. And then that indicates to us that there likely would be a bigger conversation, a bigger fight perhaps, once that bill does make it down to the House floor in full. As I mentioned, Mike Johnson, slim margins, can only afford to lose 3 Republicans on the way.
What are the Democrats doing right now?
That is a good question. They're trying to counter-message this. Of course, how this worked is because they are choosing to fast-track this through reconciliation. They do not need to ultimately negotiate with Democrats, but they do have to negotiate with themselves. And between the chambers, we haven't even started talking about how all of this is basically going to change once the Senate gets its hands on this legislation. But Democrats really are trying to coalesce around this idea that there are going to be impacts to Medicaid. One analysis that Bloomberg News cites that when you move up those work requirements, one of the sticking points here that we could see work requirements for able-bodied adults ages 19 to 64 implemented in 2027 instead of 2029. That could potentially impact 7.7 million people when it comes to accessing their Medicaid benefits. And it is very clear that Democrats are trying to push that messaging because when you talk about that timeline moving up, that means it's going to really impact as Republicans try to campaign during the midterms. I know it seems like we're far away from the midterms right here in Washington. Once one election ends, we really do start thinking about that next election. So Medicaid, potential impacts to Medicaid is definitely something that's coming up here on the Hill, including some of those fiscal hawks pushing for some more aggressive and controversial changes, including the acronym FMAP, which basically is the formula that the federal government uses when it allocates monies to the state to distribute those Medicaid benefits. Coming out of that meeting, some of those Republicans were asked if we're going to see any changes there, and it seems clear that President Trump does not want to touch it.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much for joining us. Tyler Kendall, a Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. She is strategically located just outside the offices of U.S. Representative Mike Lawler down on Capitol Hill. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. U.S. set to extend Chevron's Venezuela waiver by another 60 days. That's
so it would
deal.
enable them to continue to ship oil out of Venezuela. That's really been on the docket. Tons of question marks surrounding Chevron's operations there. And of course, you know what oil companies don't like?
What?
Uncertainty. That's where they're going to have to invest money. All right, coming up, David Gura sitting down with Barry Diller. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with his Bloomberg Business Flash. After a 6-day run, S&P 500 right now pushing lower. You have 8 of the 11 major industry groups. They are down. Tech is leading the declines. You have shares of NVIDIA most active, down just about 1.4%. Let's call it 1.3%. Tesla, the only Mag 7 stock higher after Elon Musk. You heard him here on Bloomberg Radio telling us he's going to stick around as CEO. Shares of Tesla, they are up 1.5%. In the meantime, Priya Misra, J.P. Morgan, says, with higher yields, the bond market is telling Congress to get its fiscal house in order.
You know what? We have to look out for fiscal sustainability. Congress is not doing its bit, so the bond market has to force Congress to do its bit. And so I think that's why the long end is scary, because how high do rates have to go before the administration or Congress says, you know what, we don't have the political will, but the market's forcing our hand?
Well, the long bond right now, 7 basis points higher, still under 5 today, 4.97 right now. Stocks of companies in the travel industry falling to some of the market's worst losses today. You have doubts continuing about how much U.S. households are going to be able to spend on vacations. And Honda scaling back investment plans, lowering the sales targets for its electric vehicles. Looks like consumer demand pretty lackluster for electric vehicles.
I drove a hybrid in Pascagoula.
Wow,
it was pretty cool.
Look at you.
Although I didn't know how to turn it on. I just kept pressing buttons.
Do you think you'd ever say that in your life? I drove a hybrid in Pascagoula.
100% no. 100% no.
Sounds like a great story.
But once, so I turned off the car and I was leaving and it wouldn't let me leave. And I was like, why isn't it letting me lock the door? And then I realized I had to press the power off button.
Yes.
I wanted to do my part for the environment. I went out and bought a weed trimmer, the string trimmer yesterday.
Electric?
To do the yard.
Oh, look at you.
I wanted electric. The guy's like, no. He says, no power, don't do it.
Yep, there you go.
So I went for a big gas guzzler.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
He's so one of those guys.
loud
Over
people.
and cut David Gura's lawn later.
Wow,
John
he doesn't
Tucker.
have a lawn. He was in Brooklyn.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. IAC Chairman Barry Diller sat down with Bloomberg's David Gura for a wide-ranging interview about his career and the business environment. He weighed in on the volatile trade environment and why he's reserving final judgment on the president's approach for now. Let's take a listen.
This is a period, I think its time parameters are 3-6 months maybe. We're in a very unique moment of instability because of everything that has been shoved on the table by this administration. And will it work out or not? Now, I think the time limit for it either working out or not, particularly in trade, is very short, a few months. It'll either be pulled through or it will be an abject failure and be pulled back. So I think right now, it's extremely difficult for people in business to make decisions that go beyond this period until they see what conditions are going to be. So it's an odd time.
The president has floated tariffs on filmmaking, overseas filmmaking.
Yes.
Any sense in that as you see it, and what would the ramifications be if they were to be put in place?
On that, no. On the overall trade stuff, I'm willing to give, he got elected, I'm willing to give the administration the ability to, how do I say it rightly? I'm certainly willing to give them the time to pull it through without unduly trashing it or criticizing it. I doubt it'll work out, but I hope I'm wrong. I also hope that if I'm right, it just ends quickly, and if I'm wrong, hallelujah, everything's great. So I think that's the kind of gearage that I bring to this, but I think that it's got, unless it's all resolved quickly, it's got so many downstream terrible consequences in the negative that I just want it resolved.
That was IAC Chairman Barry Diller. Let's welcome him, David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. David, in my 35 years covering the media industry as a banker and an analyst, I've met all those media moguls, the Sumner Redstones of the world, the Eisners, the Igers. To me, Barry was always and is always the mogulist of all those moguls. He just seems so intelligent to me, so well thought out, so well spoken. What did you take away from your conversation?
We talked a lot about what has interested him over the years. This was pegged to the publication of his memoir, which comes out today.
Which I am going to read.
It is a fascinating read. And, you know, I asked him about his management style, how engaged he is. He wants to be kind of a bottom-up manager. He wants to know everything that's going on. And I said, are you keen just to know that, or do you want to be involved? And he says, once things start to run smoothly and he can step away, he loses interest in the enterprise itself. So I think that's what's kind of motivated him through his whole career. So he started out William Morris as a kid, basically, 19 years old, goes to ABC. He's the youngest vice president in network TV history, starts Movie of the Week at ABC, moves on to Paramount Pictures by the time he's like 33 years old. So he's had this amazing career that bridges old Hollywood and network television. Now he's into the internet. He's talking a lot about sort of the prospects of AI as well. Just that kind of insatiable curiosity that he still has, as you can see from that clip, at the age of 83. Just fascinating.
Yeah, it was really amazing. I was shocked that he was actually 83. What else like stood out? Like, what are some other fun parts of the conversation?
You know, we talked a lot about politics. We talked a lot about media and the pressure that media is under as a result of politics. So something that came up was the pressure that CBS and these other networks are under from the FCC. He's really finds that distasteful, and he thinks it's worrisome. And he kind of used that to get to talking about law firms as well, and those 9 law firms that have settled with President Trump. He told me unequivocally he would never work with any of those law firms again. So I think that was fascinating to me, and kind of is a glimpse at how comfortably outspoken he is on all of these issues. So he has been an iconoclast throughout his whole career. He kind of continues to be that in this job now at IAC. And I asked him sort of what's fascinating about business to him today. What's he looking at? We talked a little bit about AI, as I mentioned, but it's really travel. He put it this way. He said, I'm interested in things that can't be disintermediated. He wants to focus on experiences that people can have directly. So IAC has invested a sizable amount of money in MGM resorts, for instance. He's very interested in Las Vegas. And you read this book, there are these kind of 2 totems throughout it. It's his time in Hollywood. It's his time in New York. Vegas seems to be emerging as a place that he kind of finds fascinating now, a place where there's a lot of those kind of disintermediated activities that he talked about.
Exactly. I mean, again, you mentioned his career. It's been so varied. He's done everything. He has such a great name on global Wall Street. People all over the world will invest behind any project that he has. He's that type of visionary here. Well, he's 83. I mean, he's still not, I mean, it doesn't seem to be slowing down.
No, and I asked at the top of that interview, I said, are you in kind of a retrospective mood? Are you looking back on your life? Are you slowing down? And actually, it's quite the contrary. So IAC, his holding company, Joey Levin was running that as CEO. There is no now plan to put in place a permanent CEO of that company. So he is chairman of IAC, and I think wielding a heavier influence than he had been in the past on the day-to-day business of that company. So,
but that can't last forever, right?
Can't last forever.
Who's on the short list, the next short list?
That's a great question, to which I don't know the answer, and I don't think he would reveal it. But I think that he continues to focus on bringing these companies under the umbrella of IAC and spinning them off, as we've seen in recent years as well.
What does he think about some of the new technology today? Like, just for people who don't know, IAC was really the internet. It was the first time we had a traditional media mogul basically saying, put all the old media behind. I'm going to go embrace this new thing called the internet. What does he think about some of the new technologies today?
Think of his career this way. So it starts with the silver screen, goes to the small screen, and he writes in the book about, in 1994, him sitting down with a writer and seeing AOL for the first time and realizing the possibility that you could interact with the screen in a different way. That's true for how he looked at QVC as well. It was a new way of using technology, another company he was involved with. So it's that animates him today, I think, is kind of looking for ways that the internet, it's not the flashiest thing, but it's thinking through what the real actual commercial implications of internet properties can be. And that's really what's kind of driven. IAC is this incredibly varied company that invests in so many things. If it's Angie's List, now Angie. Obviously, he's head of Expedia as well. That's a similar kind of company. He's looking for things that have a very practical use. And I think that's what kind of governs his direction as a mogul.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really
Good to see you
appreciate it.
both.
That was wonderful. Definitely check that out. That is David Gura's conversation with IAC Chairman Barry Diller. He's host of the Big Take podcast. You can definitely check that out. All right, coming up, Anna Edney will be joining us in an article that completely freaked me out yesterday. It's a long read. It's worth it, and it's terrifying. So we're going to leave you with that. It's about the health risks in a possible UTI over-the-counter treatment. She'll be joining us. She's national healthcare reporter. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube. Also check us out on Bloomberg Originals. You can see that on your smart TV as well as Roku, all those streaming apps for you. So the big take today is one that terrified me, and I think every woman out there will echo my pain. It's a wonderful piece written by Anna Edney, and it talks about possible cancer and health risks that are lurking in a popular OTC drug. If you've ever had a urinary tract infection and you've ever gone to the drugstore and gotten an over-the-counter medication, this part of the drug is in that. And that's what's so scary, because UTIs are extremely common and many treat it with these kind of drugs. Anna is national healthcare reporter for Bloomberg News, and she joins us now. Anna, walk us through what this drug is, what kind of brands it's in. Let's start there.
Yeah, sure. So probably the most popular one, I think a lot of our listeners will recognize, is Azo. It's an over-the-counter drug, so you can go into most any store, Target, Walmart, anything like that, and purchase it. You don't need a prescription. Urostat is another brand, but all of these stores also make their own generic version. So it's something that is supposed to treat the pain with urinary tract infections. A lot of people seem to think it goes beyond that, and it's actually curing their infection. So one of the issues being that people might need antibiotics, but instead they're using this.
Now, what's the drug in it that is causing some of the issues, and how do we know?
Yeah, so this is the active ingredient in all of these drugs. It's what the generics will go by. It's called phenazopyridine. I may still be butchering that name, but it's an unapproved drug, which was really interesting to me, and something sort of new to me, even though I've covered these issues for a long time, that I came across. What it means is the FDA has never formally approved this drug. So, while millions of women are using it for decades, there's never been a true vetting of, how this drug interacts with our bodies. One of the things that a National Cancer Institute study found, this was back in 1978, is that it caused tumors to form in rats and mice. That's never been looked at in humans because this drug has never gone through clinical trials. Wow. or anything like that.
That is just, that statement is so insane. And Paul, I'll explain to you a little bit here. So if you have a UTI, it comes on really fast. And if you order to get medication from your doctor or gynecologist, you have to go in so they can test it. And if you're in pain and you know what it is because you've had it before, you just go to the store, pick it up, and you feel better in 24 hours. That's why these drugs are so popular and easy to access. And what I learned in Anna's story, Anna, they're not FDA approved. They are essentially grandfathered in. So if I'm walking down the aisle looking at, over-the-counter drugs, do I have any way of knowing what's been FDA approved and maybe what hasn't been?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And there were multiple quotes out there from congressional testimony and other places where FDA staff members were talking about there are many such grandfathered in kind of drugs, but the agency did not give me a list, wouldn't even tell me how many might be out there. But there is potentially, this takes a little sleuthing. It's not that easy to do in the drugstore aisle, but there's a website that the National Institutes of Health runs called Daily Med, and people can search by drug there. I wouldn't say it's like the most user-friendly looking piece, but if you look for Azo or Urostat or phenazopyridine, any of those, what will come up is kind of a disclaimer saying, this hasn't been vetted by the Food and Drug Administration, its safety is not known, and that kind of gives you an indication. You can dive deeper into that data and you can actually see that it's unapproved, but just for the layperson, at least with that disclaimer, that would give you a good idea at the top.
So what happens now?
I think that's a good question. So the FDA they have a system where they're supposed to have vetted these kind of very old drugs and given them what's called a monograph. This is the agency's instruction book. Here's how this drug should be made. Here's how the dosing, what it should be. Here's how it should be manufactured. They have not done that for phenazopyridine, so it's possible that with this increased attention, that they could decide to look into that. They asked in 2003 whether this drug should actually be prescription only, just given the risks, and that people don't often follow directions on OTC drugs. You're only supposed to take this for 2 days, and you're not supposed to take it all the time. There are companies, particularly online retailers, that are really pushing this drug on women and girls, kind of just to have on hand all the time, just in case.
Yeah. I do.
And so,
yeah, why not, right? Like you get over the counter,
Right,
you have it there, you're not going to use the whole thing. That's why it was so scary. And we really appreciate it. It was a great piece, everyone. You can read the Big Take story, possible cancer and health risks lurking in a popular OTC drug. You can check it out on Bloomberg.com/Big Take. You can also check it out on the terminal. Anna, thank you so much for writing this. Anna Edney, Bloomberg National Healthcare reporter. Okay, we're almost done here, but coming up, Bloomberg is in your no, that's not what I'm saying. For our listeners in the U.S., here it is. Here's a reminder. Listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Your top stories are continuing here on all the global business headlines. There's an Apple headline right now, Paul, that Apple's going to open AI models to developers. This is weird for them, no?
Yeah, well, it kind of goes to Mark Gurman's story out yesterday on Apple on our discussion in studio here. He says they're way behind on AI. They need to figure out a way to speed this up. This might be it. All right, more coming up. Balance of Power starts right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. An arrest has been made in connection with last week's jailbreak in New Orleans as authorities allege there was help on the inside.
Cops have booked one New Orleans jail employee with helping 10 inmates escape.
There was a maintenance worker who got arrested.
Former Sheriff Marlon Gussman, who oversaw the construction of the current jail, is not surprised that the inmates allegedly had inside help.
I saw those cells being made.
He says industrial tools would have been needed to remove a toilet from a wall and cut through crisscrossing metal rebar bars in the wall where the inmates broke into a maintenance corridor.
Really mind-blowing.
Dave Cohen for CBS News, New Orleans.
6 of the 10 escapees are still at large. President Trump went to Capitol Hill this morning in a bid to convince reluctant Republicans to back his budget bill, and he denied he's told people close to him that he's losing patience with the holdouts.
I never used the term. I didn't say losing. I didn't even talk about it. In fact, it's the opposite. I think we're going to get it done. I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule.
The CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
Publicly, the president doesn't want to acknowledge that there is a division within the party, at least within the House, on how to vote on this. But privately, we know that he is really urging these lawmakers to find a solution because, again, he wants this bill to pass.
Members of former President Biden's family are pushing back against claims in a new book that White House staffers worked to conceal Biden's apparent mental decline. Alex Thompson co-authored the book called Original Sin.
The Biden that we saw on the debate stage, he had other moments like that behind the scenes, and increasingly so. And they started structuring his schedule, his public schedule, to make sure that the public didn't see it.
New Jersey Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver is facing federal charges after an incident earlier this month outside an immigration detention center.
At the end of the day, we just really look forward to the day in court.
Prosecutors allege McIver pushed and grabbed officers while attempting to block the arrest of Newark's mayor. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Agents were struck at some point by the forearms of Ms. McIver during that May 9th scuffle outside the detention center.
And charges against Newark's mayor were dropped. Federal health officials will no longer routinely approve annual COVID-19 shots for younger adults and children who are healthy. The FDA says today companies that want to market their vaccines to those people will need to conduct large new studies. And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 98 points. The S&P is down 17. NASDAQ is down 80. This is CBS News. There's news from the Rock and Roll Lost and Found Department.
37 years after it disappeared from his grave, a memorial bust of singer Jim Morrison has been found by accident. French police say the bust was recovered during an unrelated fraud investigation. Morrison died in Paris in 1971. He's buried in the famous Père Lachaise cemetery, and his small grave continues to attract fans. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
Norwegian chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen was forced into a draw by more than 140,000 people worldwide playing against him in a single record-setting game. The online match was billed as Magnus Carlsen versus the world. It began last month on chess.com, first ever online freestyle game to feature a world champ. The match ended after Team World checked Carlsen's king a third time. Steve Kafen, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump confronts the SALT Republicans. Welcome to the Tuesday edition, Balance of Power, as the big boss heads to Capitol Hill today in person to push back on demands from members of his own party here in an effort to pass his tax cut and spending cut bill. We're going to bring you live to Capitol Hill in just a moment for an important update from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's been combing the hallways of Congress since the president arrived. We're going to spend some time as well with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's running odds on this reconciliation bill passing. And as Tesla plummets in a new reputation ranking, we'll be hearing from Elon Musk himself today on Bloomberg Radio with analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration. So let's get rolling here, as always, with a look at Wall Street. We start with the markets and the voice of Wall Street, Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Kind words indeed. We have got stocks rolling lower right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P 500 halting that six-day gain with the tax bill in focus. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest, specifically right here on Balance of Power. We got you covered. The S&P right now down 21, drop there of 0.4%, 59.41. The Dow lower by 137, down now by 0.3%. NASDAQ down 74 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.49%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $49 the ounce, up 1.5%. Spot gold now at $32.79. West Texas Intermediate crude $62.23 a barrel, down 0.7%. Joe mentioned Tesla up 1.8%. Elon Musk saying he is committed to being the Tesla CEO in 5 years. And speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum 2025, he told our Mishal Hussein he is seeing no problem with demand, while adding that Tesla lost sales on the left but also gained on the right. And he talked about acts of violence committed against the automaker and owners of Tesla vehicles.
I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk in a conversation carried live on Bloomberg Radio. Tesla shares up 1.8%, and Apple just getting word preparing to allow third-party developers to write software using its AI models. Apple today down by 0.5%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 22, drop there of 0.4%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you, my friend, and thank you so much for the update. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, a little bit later on this hour to check on the Tuesday trade. Thanks for being here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Here we go again, high noon on the East Coast with a lot to report and a lot to talk about. This has been a doozy of a day already, and it's not even half over here in the nation's capital as we bring you live coverage on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and of course on YouTube. Meet us now because we're about to show you something really cool. Tyler Kendall's got a little gift for you, going to bring you behind the scenes on Capitol Hill. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and you'll add our cameras to our microphones. Great to be as well on Bloomberg Originals as we cover every platform on the planet here on the fastest show in politics, because we've got a lot to bring to you. It's not every day the parents show up at the party, but it happened a short time ago. First thing this morning, Donald Trump, as promised, on Capitol Hill to do some cajoling, you might say, twist some arms, whatever you want to call it, to get the bill passed, knowing that there are grandstanders, as he likes to call them, actual lawmakers, members of his own Republican Party who don't love what they're seeing in this legislation. And this is the signature achievement, or so they want to claim, extending the Trump tax cuts, of course, cutting spending on the federal level and doing so much when it comes to no taxes on tips, overtime, and the rest. Then there's SALT. We're going to get to that in a moment. That's where Tyler comes in. But let's listen to President Trump, by the way. Four gaggles? 4 gaggles in 2 hours? Producer James counting for us. Here's the boss on the way in.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big, beautiful bill. I think it's going to be it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done.
Well, it may not have been one big, beautiful meeting when they went behind closed doors. The headline on the terminal, Trump pushes SALT Republicans to abandon further cap hikes. That's not what people like Mike Lawler want to hear today. If you're a Republican from New York, you've got a lot on the line. And that's why, as I promised to you, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is going to bring us behind the scenes now, not into an area of the Capitol that you see a lot. She's actually outside Congressman Lawler's office in the Cannon House office building, having spoken with him a short time ago. Tyler, it's pretty clear, says as it stands right now, he doesn't support the bill.
Yeah, hey, Joe, at this moment, he says that he will not budge on his vote. Now, going into this closed-door meeting with President Trump, we had an idea that it was going to be pretty contentious, considering that President Trump told us reporters that he doesn't really think that there needs to be much changes when it comes to SALT, making it a political issue, saying that it will benefit tax policies in these blue states. But I had the chance to catch up with Congressman Mike Lawler here, taking you here really to the center of the action, which for our radio listeners happens to be an empty hallway at the moment, but really this is where we are going to start to see a lot of the negotiations happen, because House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to get these Republicans from high tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California on board in order to pass this reconciliation package. Now, Mike Lawler told me that he made his point to President Trump pretty clear that lifting the cap to $30,000 from the current $10,000 limit is not going to be enough. He told me that ultimately he respects the president's perspective on this, and that he wants to get a bill passed so that the tax cuts do not expire, because that's what's going to happen at the end of the day if they do not pass new tax cut legislation, but that they need to come to an agreement. He said it's going to be up to House leadership whether or not they can get this deal done by House Speaker Mike Johnson's stated goal of Memorial Day, but that House leadership is going to have to put pen to paper, as he said, in order to get a better deal, Joe.
Amazing. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with the very latest. Great get, Tyler. Thank you for bringing that to our viewers and listeners. It's amazing. See that? Tyler Kendall shows up. Everybody goes inside their office and closes the door. That's something Mike Dorning knows a little bit about, having covered Capitol Hill for a long time. And we want to add the voice of our Capitol Influence deputy team leader. You know him as Mike Dorning. It's great to see you.
Great to
Mike,
be here.
in the throes of all of this, and I know you're real busy in the newsroom right now. Donald Trump says, we couldn't even get you on the phone. That was a meeting of love, he said. There was no shouting, despite reports to the contrary. I'm not losing patience, he said. Anyone who told you that is a liar. When you have to say I'm not losing patience out loud.
Then you are losing patience, yes.
What do you think of this?
So it's a tense period. There are people who have important bottom line considerations. This is tough to work out. But there's not much doubt that basically all the Republicans are very supportive of the core provisions. They want the big tax cuts. They want the investment-oriented, business-oriented tax cuts. So we know this is going to, 99% certain, get done. The drama here is there's all these fights happening right now, and it could delay it. And if you care about the SALT deduction, if you care about Medicaid, if you care about how big the deficit is, if you care about these green energy tax breaks, these big stakes are going to be decided by this fighting. And especially if you care about the SALT deduction, this is the last shot to raise it, because none of those Senate Republicans care one whit about this. Unlike in the House, where you have Republican representatives from high tax states like New York, New Jersey, California, in the Senate, there are no Senate Republicans who care about those states.
Well, it means a lot. So it's a lonely world if you're Mike Lawler right now or Nick
This
Lalotta.
is your last stand.
This
if
is
you're,
it. Sure.
If you're them.
So what really happened in that meeting based on the leaks and our reporting?
So even though it doesn't really matter to you and me whether this thing gets done until December 31st, if you're a Republican, you want to get it done now before, maybe Trump turns unpopular if there's inflation. Maybe some Republican lawmakers keel over and die. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. When you can get it done, you want it done. And Trump and Mike Johnson have this artificial deadline they've created, Memorial Day, to get it through the House. And that is the way to get stuff done in Congress, is to have a deadline. And even if it's a made-up one, make it feel like that's the moment, because no one's going to give their best offer until you're right up on the line.
Yeah.
And these guys all have strong opinions about what they want, but they also everyone wants to get a deal in the end.
Of course. Well, if they stay on track here, let's say it gets through Rules Committee at 1 in the morning or whatever this plan is, and then a floor vote, it appears that lawmakers will not have a CBO score to base their vote on. I don't know how unusual that is for the Congressional Budget Office to not have this ready, but does that actually strengthen the hand of Republican leadership to not actually put a number on how expensive this is?
It kind of does, because you've got, this is going to be like hugely big deficit addition,
Moody's,
like
right?
trillions of dollars added to the deficit. The U.S. debt just got downgraded by the last major rating agency. You even had this great story on the Bloomberg terminal moment about Hong Kong pension funds suddenly might not even be able to invest in U.S. government debt anymore because it doesn't meet legal credit, minimums. So you've got all these things going on that might make the debt seem like a bigger deal. But if you can get it through without all that, it helps.
Wow, amazing. I haven't even asked you about the debt limit yet. At some point, an X date is going to drop. Does that light the fires to complete this process? Because, there'll be outrage in our remaining minute here by House members when they see what comes back from the upper chamber.
Yeah, there will be outrage. And that's why they want to keep the debt limit paired to this.
Yes.
There's no actual reason why they have to. They can, under the reconciliation legislation, pass a debt limit in August and wait to do the tax stuff in October like they did last time around, or even like Christmas Eve. But by keeping that debt limit attached to it, then you have this default on the debt that can create this sense of crisis that you have to get the whole thing done now. And that creates kind of a deadline for August vacation. And the members like going on vacation in August.
We do as well, don't we?
I do.
Could they get that done for us? It would be amazing. Mike, thank you so much. Dropping everything in the newsroom for us. That's the very latest from Washington, courtesy Mike Dorning on our Capital Influence team and Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live from Capitol Hill. We'll have a lot more ahead with Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence. They're running odds on reconciliation. He's next on Bloomberg.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street's rally taking a breather. S&P 500 halting that 6-day gain. Right now we have got the S&P trading lower, down 23, drop there of 0.4%. We've got the Dow down 146, a decline for the Dow now of 0.3%. And NASDAQ is lower by 72, down now by 0.4%. Again, keeping it all in context, we've got the S&P down 0.4%. Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.2%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.48%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold is up 1.6%. Spot gold 32.81 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 62.48 a barrel. And Bitcoin a little changed on the day at 105,491. Amazon Zoox is expanding testing of its autonomous driving technology to Atlanta, moving in on a market where Alphabet's Waymo is expanding with Uber technologies. Amazon shares down 1.9%, Uber up now by 0.7%. And just getting word from Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum that 2 close aides of Mexico City Mayor Clara Brugada have been shot dead by assailants on a motorbike. The statement posted by Exxon Brugada did not clarify whether the mayor was the intended target. Again, recapping, stocks lower. S&P right now down by 0.4%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Mann.
Charlie Pellet with not only the markets, but the headlines. You never know what you're going to hear from Charlie, which is why you need to stay with us always on the fastest show in politics. Charlie holding forth at World Headquarters in New York, watching the markets. Of course, we'll get back to Charlie for more on the Tuesday trade coming up. Your investors kind of curious about what the heck is going on in Washington today. President Trump spending hours now on Capitol Hill trying to light some fires underneath this bill. If you hear him speak, and by the way, we heard him talk a lot. I mean, 4 gaggles in one morning is impressive. He had the speaker with him in tow, Mike Johnson. And this was a closed-door meeting with the Republican conference here. President looking specifically at the salty Republicans, not just those in the Freedom Caucus who are pushing back on this, but the Mike Lawlers of the world, who Tyler Kendall was talking to a short time ago. There are no votes unless they get a higher cap. Reportedly, President Trump not hearing of this. He wants them to back off and start voting. It's not what
I think we have unbelievable unity. I think we're going to get everything we want. And I think we're going to have a great victory. And this man has done a great job. And I think this was a tremendous session.
Okay. A meeting of love, he said. What was the quote there? Unbelievable unity. Apparently, though, there was shouting in the room. And some Republican lawmakers left thinking that they're going to vote no on this if it gets to the floor later this week. Now, we need to talk to a grown-up about this because it's kind of hard to find one at the moment in Washington. And, of course, there's only one man who's running odds on this and is wearing a fleece vest right now. That's Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence senior U.S. policy analyst. He will hold us in his arms and walk us through this complicated mess. Great to see you. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Now, a little inside baseball here, because this whole show is inside baseball, at least in Washington. They have moved the people who run this program, the people who are balance of power, they have moved us in the newsroom to Nathan Dean's row, physically moved us. So we're suddenly outclassed in the newsroom by the smartest analysts in Washington. But for me, it's a treat because I get a front row seat to what we always talk about here, the phone calls that come into Nathan's desk and the many seminars, I guess, if I can call them that you're holding with clients who have terminals who want to know what in the world is going on in Washington. You always help make sense of this. So this is your chance now for our viewers and listeners, because it looks like this bill might be falling apart, is it?
Well, what we'll just say is, look, this was anticipated. I mean, there's been a lot of momentum from the Republicans just to keep things moving, and they've done a great job at doing this. But eventually, they have to make hard choices, and it's like that little, toy that my son brought home from the carnival that I've been trying to get rid of, where you squeeze one side and it gets bigger on the other. If you come down and squeeze too hard on Medicaid, you lose votes. Right. If you come down and squeeze too hard on the Solid Caucus, you lose votes. And so there's always going to be a point where Speaker Johnson has to actually get everybody in the room. And they tried that today.
They did.
And it looks like it didn't work. So, Speaker Johnson wants to have this wrapped up by this Friday, wants to go home for the Memorial Day break. I'm not sure they can do that, but I will say is that I do think eventually the House will pass this, call it either this week or next week, and then it goes to the Senate.
Yes.
The biggest issue, and this is what we tell our clients at the end of the day, is the Senate is always going to do what they do, and that means that they are going to take that thing from the House. They're going to say, thank you very much. They're going to throw it over their shoulder, and they're going to send the House back what they want to do, and we're going to have to go through this all again. So the negotiations that are taking place this week probably are going to be moot in a couple weeks.
But that's why people from outside the bubble looking in say, well, what is the point of all this arguing around the edges when they know it's going to get hacked up by the Senate? This argument happening this week is basically for nothing.
Well, I would say that if that's the message that Speaker Johnson is able to deliver this weekend or this week, then you may be able to get passage. But remember, you can only afford to lose 3 votes. Right. And President Trump was going after Representative Massey pretty harshly today in terms of trying to convince those voters to come back. But I will just say is that, Representative Johnson has done a good job of trying to keep unity to this point. Mm-hmm. But I'll just say that, they are going to have to keep this momentum going or else everything derails. And we still think, you talked about odds, 70% chance of this passing in the July timeframe.
Okay, so by July 4th, is that where we're calling 70?
I still think
that's the best timeline, right?
I still think it's going to come after the 4th of July.
Okay.
But definitely before August recess because the debt ceiling is still included. Right. And our chief rate strategist, Ira Jersey, has his X date of August.
Yes.
So I do think that they get this done, but I'm not sure it's in time.
With the debt limit included.
With the debt limit included. I'm just not sure it's in time for the 4th of July barbecues.
Okay, fair enough. Now, but this conference committee is going to be like a civil war inside the Republican Party, though, right? What happens when it comes back from the Senate? Because you don't seem too worried about that. Does the House just pass whatever it gets?
So I think there's 2 holdouts. So obviously you can say moderates and you can say fiscal hawks.
Yeah.
Let's look at the moderates and let's look at the SALT caucus. For Representative Lawler's position, I think if I'm Representative Lawler, and obviously I'm just making this up, it's much more important to me to get a SALT deal done than it is to go back to my constituents and say, I could only get you from 10,000 to 30,000 with an income phase out. To me, that says that I am a real risk of losing a district, which Senator Gillibrand won 55 to 45. Yeah. From the fiscal hawks perspective, President Trump used the bully pulpit to go against them in March when it came to the funding fight. And they probably won't have a same primary threat, 18 months from now. Mm-hmm. So they may live from another day. So I do think the moderates ultimately win this one out. And that's why we think that the deficit most likely will increase as a result of this.
And there's going to be a higher SALT cap. If your moderates are happy, you're a Republican from New York.
Everybody keeps talking about that 40,000 individual, 80,000 for joint.
Is that where it ends?
I could see that's where it probably is good enough. But again,
Nick LaLota wasn't hearing about it when we had him on the air a couple of times, or at least wasn't endorsing it, suggesting that this could be he said, hey, you let the whole thing expire. There's no cap at all.
Well, if you talk to Matt Miller, he doesn't want a cap. So, it's one of those things where I think they are going to have to do something to get to their constituents and say, we fought for you. And I think that 40-80 level is enough. But again, we'll see.
Is Matt Miller part of the SALT lexicon now in Washington? Is that a thing? Is Matt listening? Can we get him to call in or something? We're invoking you when you're not in the room when it comes to this debate because Matt is the face of this voter living in a place like New York, super high property taxes, wants a break because he knows how much New York contributes to the other states. Right? That's the argument against this being some sort of blue state giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would just go back and say, this isn't all that expensive. I mean, when you're talking about a $5 trillion bill, and also if you take into account the Senate, call it the Senate idea of assuming that the current cost of policy is zero, you don't need to actually increase the deficit all that much for this SALT taste, if you will. But on the flip side, if I'm a representative from Oklahoma or Kansas or whatever, it could be seen politically as giving a handout to blue states, or President Trump mentioned today, a benefit to Democratic governors.
Right.
And so, there's a lot of different messages on this one.
What a line.
But I think at the end of the day, the Representative Lawlers of the world will most likely hold their guns. Well, I think the deficit hawks may actually adhere to President Trump.
So who brings all these naysayers to Jesus at some point? If that meeting didn't work today, how do you get the SALT Republicans, the Freedom Caucus? Andy Ogles apparently is squawking now about this. You could have as many, you said Tom Massey That could be as many as 10 no's.
I think Speaker Johnson brings everybody together, whether it's this week or next week. Speaker Johnson brings everybody together and says to the message, look, we know the Senate is going to change something, but let's not derail this message so that let's not go into the August recess without something. If we want the Senate to get something back to the House sooner rather than later, let's go forward. And this is what happened in the House Budget Committee on Sunday night, where we had 4 presents, not ayes, just to keep the momentum going. I think that message may play out.
Does that happen in rules tonight, assuming this committee comes together? We get more present votes?
I think so.
Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, and so on?
Maybe. I mean, I heard, there was some discussion that Representative Norman may actually be somewhat okay with that. I don't know if that means it's an aye or a present.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
I don't think the House rules...
And then take it out on the floor.
Correct. I think, look, this fight is going to the floor no matter what. If I'm awake at 1 o'clock in the morning this morning, my job is, and I'm one of these members, my job is to get home, get some sleep, because the bigger fight's coming later.
Producer James is getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch that for us. He's going to have the whole thing time-coded when I wake up tomorrow. There will be some drama in that room, presumably, and in the end, there will be Republicans who vote no on the floor, maybe a couple. Chip Roy, Tom Massey, what do you think?
I think so.
Can they get away with that?
But again, the margin, I think, is it voting no? Is it voting present? We still don't know. And, when you can only lose 3 to 4 votes, it's like the margins are that tight, which is why I've always thought the Memorial Day was too quick. But, I may be wrong.
You know what happened? Pretty remarkable. Stablecoin. The Genius Act moves ahead in the Senate. And we saw a surprising number of Democrats get behind this bill. What's next for it?
So obviously it passed cloture last night. 16 Democrats went with it. So it was a 66-32 vote. And this was a major victory for the crypto world because you were able to bypass that filibuster. I think the full Senate vote is later this week, maybe next week. Senator John Thune was hinting at later this week. And then it goes to the House, where I don't think there's going to be much opposition because this is a bipartisan issue, and the Senate was always going to be the major hurdle. Now that it's passed the Senate, I think this bill becomes law in June or July.
Okay, you told us this was going to happen. Does it unlock a conversation or legislation on a broader crypto bill, or is this all we get this year?
I'm somewhat optimistic on this broader crypto bill, but this bill passing does make that harder because...
Makes it harder?
Yes, because there was a lot of discussion, especially from Senator Elizabeth Warren, on President Trump's involvement in the crypto space. And the technical amendments that the Democrats got in these negotiations over the last couple of days wasn't all that much. So I could easily see the Democrats saying, look, there's a lot more work to do here on this broader
Well, this is an interesting turn for Democrats here. So the White House's embrace of crypto, which has inspired crypto investors around the country, has lifted Bitcoin beyond $100,000, is in fact what will keep this legislation, this framework, from becoming law.
It's a hiccup. I wouldn't say that it's going to keep it, but it's a hiccup.
But it's a turnoff for Democrats.
For some. But I will say that, look, we saw 16 Democrats go for this last night. Now, stablecoins were the easy part. Everybody, I think, recognizes that there is a regulatory framework, or this was in a regulatory void. But you have SEC Chairman Paul Atkins going out there last week or the week before saying, look, we don't need Congress to do this. We have the authorities. You know who also said that? Gary Gensler.
Oh, man. I love that. He even timed it out. Nathan Dean, we miss you. I'll see you next week, I hope, if not sooner. Bloomberg Intelligence, if you have a terminal, he's there to answer your questions. Here on Balance of Power, he's all yours at least once a week, live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll assemble our panel next. We've learned a lot from Tyler, from Nathan, from Mike Dorning, and we'll bring in Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano for the way forward. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got U.S. stocks taking a breather. Traders are waiting fresh catalysts after a 6-day run that put the S&P 500 up almost 20% from its April lows. Give back, though, today with the S&P down 17 right now at 59.45. Drop there of 0.3%. The Dow lower by 125, also down 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 43, a drop there of 0.2%. The 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $48 the ounce, higher now by 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 9 cents a barrel, little change, 62.60 on WTI, and Bitcoin also little changed at 105,448. As for the market backdrop, tariffs and trade, Amanda Lynham is head of macro credit research at BlackRock Financial Management.
I actually thought it was really notable that Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic said to Mike McKee yesterday that he was watching corporates signaling in his discussions around his district. And so that company level commentary in real time, I think, is going to be key. And I think it really does boil down to the forward path for trade policy and then some of these other incremental policies on the margin.
BlackRock's Amanda Lynham. Goldman Sachs is looking to open more offices and boost headcount in the Middle East, joining Wall Street peers expanding in the region to tap its deep pools of capital. JP Morgan Chase plans to add over 100 staffers to its Middle East businesses in coming years. Again, recapping, S&P right now down 18, drop there of 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here's Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from New York, watching Wall Street for us, the great Charlie Pellet, every day here on Balance of Power. In the throes of debate here in Washington with an extended visit to Capitol Hill today by President Trump, in the motorcade, the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, behind closed doors, with members of the House Republican Conference. If you ask the president, and we did, in the hallways outside that meeting, he said it was a meeting of love. Unheralded unity, unprecedented, he said. Reporting from inside that room suggests that there was some shouting that broke out. That the president told SALT Republicans, as we've come to call them, to back off on demands for a higher cap. Trying to push this thing through a Rules Committee hearing that's set for 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and maybe a floor vote later on this week. Important to note, in our second hour, about 20 minutes from right now, we're going to be talking with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, who was in that meeting and, of course, is preparing to vote on this bill. Importantly as well, Nicole Malliotakis, another member of the Republican Conference from New York in this case. Yes, one of the SALT Republicans. She serves on the Ways and Means Committee and is in the throes of this debate here that we're watching unfold before our eyes. All of that is coming up in our second hour here on Balance of Power, live from Washington. Big questions about the future of Elon Musk. You know, they're talking about Doge cuts even in the middle of this debate here on how to forward tax cuts. They want to cut spending as well. Elon Musk, of course, winding down his role at the Doge and getting back to business, and fascinating back and forth today in an important interview that you saw and heard here on Bloomberg with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein, as we consider the impact that his involvement in politics has had on his business. He's spoken about this extensively, referring to attacks on Teslas, of course, the reputation damage that's been done to companies, including SpaceX as well. Let's get a taste of that interview.
One question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret any of, or think twice about your political endeavors? Because it is.
I did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history. And that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car, to threaten to kill me. What's wrong with these people? I've not harmed anyone. So something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms, but I think...
Yeah. Well, it's into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you...
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you... But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all, in any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Shame on them, says Elon Musk earlier today in a live conversation on Bloomberg TV and radio. Got pretty dark there. So he talked about returning to Tesla, and that he's going to spend a lot less, quote, a lot less, unquote, in the future on politics, saying he thinks he's done enough. If I see a reason to do political spending in the future, he said, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason. Let's assemble our political panel. We've got a lot to talk about with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, both Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, when you listen to the tone, when you see Elon pointing at the camera like that, he did generate a round of applause. You wonder if the popular notion that Elon broke Washington is incorrect. Did Washington break Elon?
Yeah, I would have said exactly how you articulated it. Elon came to Washington to break it, and it broke Elon. There's no question that he is less a factor today than he was 100 days ago. And it's all on him. His stewardship of the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is going to go down as one of the big disasters of a post-election presidential initiative. You'll notice nobody today in any of the conversations on Capitol Hill about spending cuts and reforming government even mentions the name DOGE anymore. I mean, how quickly it became the kind of thing you run away from, not run to. But I do applaud him. His articulation of opposition to political violence is what everybody should be talking about. I mean, he is a victim of political violence. Just because he did what he did should not result in the destruction of property or death threats or any kind of bodily harm to him. And so I wish he would put it into that context, because I think coming from him, a Trump supporter, it would be a very, very important message to send to the American public.
What's your take, Jeannie, having listened to Elon Musk there? He was speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum in conversation with Bloomberg. Quote, I'm going to do a lot less in the future, he said, talking about political spending. I think I've done enough. What lesson has Elon Musk learned here?
First of all, shout out to Michelle Hussein, who did a fabulous job. I listened to this interview. It was fascinating. And yeah, he made some news here. I mean, he talked about the fact that he is going to cut back potentially, as you mentioned, on political spending. Of course, he has said that in the past, and he has spent a lot just in the 24 cycle. So he could very well change his mind, and he left that door open. But I think this reflects something we've heard, quite frankly, from Tesla and from others, that his political activities with other factors in the economy, like the tariffs, have impacted his businesses. And so he's going to go back and pay attention to those businesses. And this is not a surprise. This is the danger that any CEO, anybody in the C-suite who engages in political activity this is the danger, this is the threat that they are under, that it could undermine their business, specifically if it is a consumer-facing business like Tesla. I mean, not as much of a problem for some of his other companies that aren't consumer-facing. But when it's consumer-facing, this is what happens. I'm not sure what legacy media he's talking about who have justified violence. I haven't heard that from any legacy media, but of course, no violence can be justified. He is right on that. But consumers absolutely have a right to use their paychecks and to use their hard-earned money in other ways if they find what he is doing in the political realm unacceptable. And that's what's happened to Elon Musk in this case.
We talked about damage to the Tesla brand, Rick, which Elon Musk pushed back on a bit in this interview. But there's a fascinating poll out. This is an annual poll from the Harris Poll Group. They're working with Axios here in a brand reputation survey, just what people think, the associations they have with major brands, a top 100. Tesla, Rick, was in 8th place in 2021. Last year, it tumbled to 63rd. It is now near the bottom at 95th. It placed last in character, near the bottom in areas like ethics and citizenship. You know a lot about this. How do you recover a brand reputation after an expose like we saw with Elon Musk? Everyone pictures him carrying that chainsaw.
Yeah, it's really extraordinary. I mean, this was the largest single drop in rankings on the entire list of 100. He dropped down 32 positions this year alone. And as you described it, last year he dropped almost the equal amount. He'll be out of the top 100 next year if it continues on trend, which is incredible because you actually don't hear very many people complaining about the Tesla car itself. It's the leadership of the company that they are, I think, taking out on him. And by the way, the number 2 biggest drop was Adidas, associations with, Yeezy, and the whole controversies around him. I mean, when you are in that same class, you've got an image problem. And my guess is it'll take him 10 years to overcome the kind of damage that he's done to his own brand. Not only Tesla, but the brand, known as Elon Musk.
That's something else, Jeannie. I don't know if you have any advice for Elon Musk, but he seems to suggest in our interview that conservatives have taken the place of liberals who have given up on his company. Is that all he needs to do?
And that's not what the numbers suggest. He can hope that has happened. There may be a little bit of that, but of course they have taken a big hit, and just this Axios brand survey shows that. And so he has some work to do on this. He also owns Twitter, of course, or X as he calls it, and he has a huge platform with which to showcase his brand. The problem is, just a few minutes ago on Bloomberg, as opposed to saying what he would probably be advised to say, which is, we will let law enforcement officials handle it, violence is never justified, he points to the camera and says, we're coming for you, you're going to be jailed. That kind of thing is not going to resurrect his brand. So he does need, to a certain extent, to be a little less forward-facing in terms of his focus with the media, and I think focus a little bit more on the companies and the work that he does so well, because he is paying the price, as are shareholders, for his political activities over the last few years.
If you were in charge of damage control here, reputation repair, if you will, at Tesla, Rick Davis, would your advice include Elon Musk being out in the media more, doing more interviews like this, or maybe having somebody else speak for the company?
I don't think you can replace Elon Musk. You came to the party with him, you're going to leave the party with him. The question is, how do you dress him up before you leave? And look, I mean, I'm not sure he's a scriptable person. And he's kind of like Donald Trump in that regard. You can sort of write all the speeches and put them in the teleprompter you want, but he's going to go off script anytime he wants. And as Jeannie pointed out, he's actually making a pretty compelling argument against political violence, and then he exerts some political violence himself and sorry, we're coming from you. Look, and this idea that there's a trade, Bubba ain't driving a Tesla truck, right? I mean, like, that ain't going to happen. Republicans aren't going to go for that. You know, you're not going to see those things spurting up in rural America all of a sudden. So, like, he needs to address it. He needs to come to grips with it. But part of what makes him such an interesting character is his off-script nature.
That's Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel with us here on the Tuesday edition. Great to have you both with us. They're going to be back in our second hour with now news of another meeting with SALT Republicans and the Speaker of the House. It'll take place about an hour from now. One of those Republicans, Nicole Malliotakis, will be on with us right here, coming up in hour 2 of Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump says they have unbelievable unity. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power as the president crosses town to visit Capitol Hill, speak behind closed doors with House Republicans about moving forward on reconciliation. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Kaylee, that meeting reportedly got a bit chippy. president telling SALT Republicans to back off their demands for a higher cap. Now they're set to meet again with the speaker this hour.
Yeah, keeping in mind that they have insisted that the cap where it was currently set in the legislation that passed through committee is at $30,000. They say that is not enough. And at least two Republican lawmakers from New York, Mike Lawler and Nick LaLota, have said they are still a no on this bill unless that cap moves higher, even despite the protests of the president, knowing as well the president also made it clear to Republicans that beyond waste, fraud, and abuse, he would not like to see Medicaid touched. And yet there are still conservative members who are pushing for more substantial and earlier changes to Medicaid.
You wonder where the timeline stands here. We do have a 1 a.m. Rules Committee hearing that we're counting down to. That's tomorrow at 1 a.m. tonight, if you will. Yeah. But to be in
12
that
hours
room,
from now.
that works exactly. To be in that room today, I can't imagine. Brian Stile was the congressman from Wisconsin, will be with us momentarily.
Yep, and we'll have more from Capitol Hill as well with another SALT caucus member, Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York. So we have much to get to this hour, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And Charlie Pellet has the view from New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day from New York. I got you covered after a 6-day run. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now. A pullback, at least for right now, with the S&P down 15, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow lower now by 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 40, a drop of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.47% with the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold is advancing $49 the ounce, up 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%. Elon Musk says he will significantly pull back from political spending in the future, a likely blow to President Trump and Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. That word coming at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha in an interview with Bloomberg. S&P down 0.2%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. It is a busy day indeed here in Washington, at least for President Trump, who's now, of course, back at the White House, but earlier spent a good chunk of his morning on Capitol Hill pleading with Republicans to pass his one big, beautiful bill, even though emerging from that meeting, there remain Republican holdouts from both the conservative and moderate rings, the SALT caucus as well. But President Trump's message emerging from the meeting was they're unified.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big, beautiful bill. I think it's going to be, it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done.
Got to get it done, he said. The president saying it was a meeting of love when he emerged following his conversation with the Republican conference. They went behind closed doors for a couple of hours. The president was on Capitol Hill, and there was reporting that things got a bit chippy, and that would be normal for any family meeting. Of course, this is the family meeting that the president called here. He said, "I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule. Anyone who told you that is a liar." Knowing, as Kaylee mentioned earlier, that there are SALT Republicans, as they've become known, who are still no votes on this bill. Mike Lawler is one of them from New York, the Republican we spoke with earlier, saying, as it stands right now, I do not support the bill. Nick LaLota, I'm fired up right now. I'm here to fight for my people. Let's get into this with Brian Stile. The congressman, Republican from Wisconsin, is with us now from Capitol Hill, having witnessed a lot of these conversations today. Congressman, it's great to have you. The timeline is tight. Speaker wants a floor vote this week. How do you bring all these disparate parties together to agree on one big, beautiful bill?
Often the Republican conference in the House of Representatives is underestimated, yet we continue to over-deliver. This is the home stretch of the negotiations, and no one is going to walk away with 100% of what they want in the bill. I think we have an opportunity to go further. Some of my colleagues on the more moderate side don't want to go that far. What the president came and spoke about was making sure that we're unified, because we have to deliver on the president's agenda, securing the border, protecting the 2017 tax cuts, and making sure that we're prioritizing American families over illegal immigrants. We have the opportunity to do that. I think we'll remain unified, and I think we'll pass this bill in the not-too-distant future.
Well, what faction, Congressman, is most responsible for the delivery being not able to be achieved yet? Is it the SALT caucus, or is it the conservatives who want to see even more changes to Medicaid, despite President Trump suggesting he doesn't want to see it touched in most ways?
I'd say it's a little bit of everything. Anytime you're in a heated negotiation, in particular with over 220 members, trying to get to an agreement where we can only lose 2 individuals, it's going to be a push to the end. It is a big, beautiful family, if you will. But I am convinced at the end of the day, the bill itself unquestionably moves the country in the right direction. As drafted, it gives a win to those SALT members. As drafted, it gives a win to conservatives like myself to see spending coming under control. And so while no one's going to walk away with 100% of what they want, the president spoke about making sure that we don't let perfection be the enemy of the good, and we take an opportunity to take a big step in moving this country in the right direction.
Were voices raised in that meeting, Congressman? Was there shouting, as some had reported?
No, I think it was actually a pretty civil conversation, people putting forward their policy ideas and suggestions, and the president making sure that it was clear that we are our strongest position to get this country back on track when we're united. And I think the overwhelming majority of the members walked out understanding that message, and we are united because we have a huge opportunity in front of us to move this agenda forward. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to see Republicans come together. Often in the broader media ecosystem, Republicans in the House conference are underestimated, yet we over-deliver. And I think you're going to see us do that once again.
Well, Congressman, you said something a moment ago about being a conservative who wants to see spending brought under control. And if you look at the analysis from Moody's, they do not believe the fiscal policy proposals currently on the table, what's being discussed by you and your colleagues, would bring spending adequately under control or address the deficit and the interest costs of the United States in a material way, hence the downgrade of the U.S.'s credit rating. I ask you this knowing you sit on the Financial Services Committee. Do you think Moody's has it wrong?
Well, I think what we're seeing is this bill is a step in the right direction. Would I like to go further? Absolutely. We have a serious and significant long-term structural deficit, in particular brought upon by 4 reckless years of spending under the Biden administration. That said, this is a step in the right direction. And so, as President Reagan would say, if you can take half a loaf, take half a loaf. I think that's what it is in front of us, an opportunity to secure and lock in the Trump tax reforms that will really unleash economic growth, and an opportunity to continue to invest to secure the border and making sure that we're prioritizing American families over illegal immigrants. All of these are good steps in the right direction. But as we look big picture, there is going to have to be more work done. And I think that you're going to continue to see Republicans in Congress, along with the president, continuing to work to make further actions as we work to get spending further under control.
You know, at the beginning of the year, Congressman, we were talking every day, all day, it seemed like, about the Doge, Elon Musk budget cuts, and the promise to eliminate some $2 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, or at least bad spending. Now that Elon Musk has kind of left the building, he's winding down his role, I realize the Doge will remain in operation here. It does seem like lawmakers have wrested control over the spending story. Do you feel like Congress has stepped up to get its arms back around spending policy in Washington without interference from the Doge?
I think it's actually an opportunity for all of us to work together, to work with President Trump's cabinet secretaries, as well as members of Congress who control the purse strings, to make sure that we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I think a lot of things were identified where we can make dramatic improvements in the spending here in Washington, D.C. The appropriations process oversees about 25% of total federal government spending. About half of that is in defense. So of the remaining, about 12.5% of total federal spending, we have a huge opportunity to really go in and remove waste, fraud, and abuse. As we look at the broader spending picture, the other 75%, in particular, as we look at Medicaid, I think we make some really good reforms in this legislation to address the waste, fraud, and abuse. So I think we have an opportunity to continue building on the things that were identified by Elon Musk, and then work together with the president's cabinet secretaries, lawmakers here in the House, and we can make some real progress as it relates to federal government spending.
Congressman, given your role as chair of the subcommittee on digital assets within financial services, I do want to ask you about the development out of the U.S. Senate last night. 16 Democrats joining with a majority of Republicans to pass a procedural step forward on the Genius Act, of course, legislation that would regulate stable coins. While this was a bipartisan win, arguably, especially for the crypto community, there were some alterations that were required to get all of that Democratic buy-in. And knowing that this still has to pass on the full Senate floor vote, how easy will it be with those changes to reconcile this with your own mirror effort in the House, the Stable Act?
I think it's exciting that the Senate is moving forward on this bill. Senator Hagerty and I have been in conversations. I look forward to tracking the amendment process on the Senate floor that is going to be ongoing. We have a huge opportunity here to lock in legislation as it relates to stable coins. I think it'll do two key things. It'll protect consumers, and it'll make sure that we maintain dollar dominance across the globe. And so I think we're united in that goal. The amendment process is going to be something that we'll be watching here from the House side. My bill, the Stable Act, moved through committee, also with Democratic support. I think we'll be in a position to move that forward on the floor in the near future. This is a huge opportunity for a big win in the digital blockchain space, and I think we're going to be able to get this across the line.
Will you try to merge those two bills, Congressman? And if all of this works when it comes to stablecoin, does that help to unlock legislation for something broader, like Fit 21, a broader crypto bill in Congress?
The draft legislation on market structure, which was Fit 21 last Congress, was just introduced. Hopefully we'll be having a hearing on the near future on that in the House Financial Services Committee. It's really both bills that are ultimately needed to truly unlock the golden age of digital assets here in the United States. You need both stablecoin and market structure. I think we have the opportunity to do that. We're going to be advancing quickly here on stablecoin. I think the House version, my bill, the Stable Act, complements well with the Genius Act in the Senate. I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to get one unified piece of legislation as we work to also deliver on the market structure legislation that's so essential. When both get done, I think we will really unlock the digital asset golden age here in the United States.
And Congressman, finally, on both market structure and stablecoins, how complicated is this effort by questions around conflicts of interest in the President of the United States and his family's affiliation with a number of crypto endeavors?
I think we have a big opportunity to actually put forward legislation regulating the space. To my friends that have concerns regarding this being unregulated, they should come to the table and join us in putting forward the regulatory framework that we're working on. All the more reason to make sure that we're putting forward legislation on market structure to make sure our regulators are in a position to address any inappropriate actions. And so I actually think what we see is a need for legislation in this space. The framework that we have put forward on stablecoin garnered a large number of Democrats in the House as well as in the Senate. And I think the market structure bill, as that text is formally introduced in the near future, you'll also see a large number of Democrats coming to the table recognizing that we have a big opportunity to legislate in this space to really unleash a lot of capital, innovation, development here in the United States.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you joining us on Balance of Power. As always, Republican Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin, of course, chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee in House Financial Services here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And the Congressman also making the point multiple times that he thinks Republicans on Capitol Hill are often underestimated and over-deliver. But given what we're hearing out of Congress today, I do wonder how high the prospects for over-delivery are this time around with this reconciliation bill. And it's on that note we turn now to our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, when the President of the United States goes to meet with lawmakers in person to plead with them for how much he wants this bill passed, and you still have multiple members, more than you can afford to lose on a House floor vote, coming out and saying there's still no's on this legislation, does that promise over delivery to you?
It's hard to say. It's certainly a chink in the armor. And so I'm a little surprised, actually, the president used the form of going to the Hill. That's a pretty expansive effort for the president to do. Typically, pick up the phone, make some phone calls, twist some arms, or have some of the recalcitrant folks come over to the White House and put them in the Oval Office. It's awful hard to say no to a president of the United States in the Oval Office. And maybe these are tactics that they'll use later on. But they're starting to run out of time, as you pointed out throughout the program, and if they're going to get this done before Memorial break. So I have seen reporting in just the last few minutes that the speaker is going to start cold sweating some of the SALT caucus in his office. I guess maybe he gets the first crack at it, but it wouldn't surprise me they all wind up in the Oval Office for a seance with the president if they continue to say no to this bill.
Well, they're going to be sitting down, indeed, with the Speaker of the House in less than an hour here. Mike Lawler among those who are pretty upset. Members of the New York delegation, Jeannie, where you are, could be the difference makers here. The president had a pretty direct message for them. Mike Lawler saying earlier, as it stands right now, I do not support the bill. Nick LaLota, I'm fired up. I'm here to fight for my people. Does this bill die in New York?
You know, I wouldn't say that yet. You know, I think there's also the political considerations for all of these folks. You know, just as an example, if Lawler wants to run for governor, which he seems to, he's going to have a tough time doing that in a state like New York unless he can show he has pushed back on the president. So there's that. They really do believe that the cap should be lifted, and they have made that very, very clear. The lift is already there to the 30,000. They want it higher. They may get there, but I don't think this necessarily ends in New York. You know, the one thing we've seen over and over again is that moderates, usually on the Republican side in the end, will give in. And we may see that. I don't know if that will happen, but provided they're at 30, maybe they get to 40, that may be enough for them. And I do agree with Rick. I think the president may be calling them to the White House. You know, the interesting thing here is Donald Trump has been all over the SALT issue, from being the initial signer of the bill that created it, to moving to Florida to avoid it, to coming back to Long Island saying it needed to be lifted, and now to blame it on the blue state governors. So he also has some ownership on this thing, and I think they will get together and try to resolve that.
Well, it's not just SALT that the president was weighing in on, Rick. He also, according to our reporting, made it clear that he doesn't want to see Medicaid touched beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. And yet there's still conservatives who are suggesting that we need to rethink the federal sharing of Medicaid payments here. Is there a chance that Republicans actually defy the president and do more on entitlements than the president himself wants to see for political reasons?
Well, the reason there's a pinch there, Kaylee, is because there are a lot of Republicans in the Freedom Caucus who want to see bigger cuts. And so where are you going to get the bigger cuts? Probably got to go to Medicare to get them. And if you then start taking, you know, an axe to, for instance, the corporate tax piece of this that was expanded under Obamacare, that's a target-rich environment. You know, I think it's priced at about $600 billion. And I can see them going after that. But I think the message the president sent was, you know, don't cut too deep. It's interesting. He didn't, at least the reporting so far, has not been very, very clear as to what message he gave to the deficit hawks. You know, we know he pushed back on Medicare. We know he pushed back on SALT. But did he push back on anybody saying, hey, the deficit's too high? And so these are guys who are not going to go away easily, Chip Roy and company. And so it'll be interesting to see how they factor in, because if they get what they want, there'll be deeper cuts, and those cuts will likely come out of that Medicare program, and then the president's going to be upset.
All right, our panel in place following our conversation with one member of Congress and on our way to another. Nicole Malliotakis is going to be with us. Of course, one of the SALT Republicans we refer to so often from New York. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panelists, thank you so much for the insights. Kaylee, we're counting down to this meeting at 2 o'clock. Wouldn't want to be necessarily one of these members in the room with the speaker right now as the president leaves a trail of dust behind him on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, they already got some stern words from the president. The speaker may have some similar ones. We'll, of course, continue to keep you updated here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Live from Washington, D.C., I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and now on Bloomberg Originals as well, as we keep track on this Tuesday of negotiations still ongoing on Capitol Hill over the SALT cap. The speaker actually set to meet with holdout Republicans on budget reconciliation, who, of course, are holding out over the state and local tax deduction and a cap that they would like to see moved higher, even after President Trump met with Republicans in person at the Capitol today and told SALT Republicans specifically that they should stop demanding a higher cap and just get this thing passed. One who still is not willing to say he'll commit to be a yes vote is Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who caught up with our colleague Tyler Kendall in the halls of the Capitol earlier.
I made the point. Obviously, I respect the president's perspective on this. We want to get a bill passed. We don't want the tax cuts to expire, because that would be the largest tax increase in American history. But we need to come to an agreement. And I've been very clear from the start that I will not support a tax bill that does not provide real tax relief to my constituents, and that requires lifting the cap on salt.
And so, indeed, this issue surrounding SALT, something we've talked about for months, in fact, years, has now become one of the most important factors in resolving this entire effort at reconciliation, forwarding the Trump tax cuts, and, of course, cutting spending. Nicole Malliotakis knows a lot about this. We've talked about it many times here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congresswoman from New York, New York's 11th district, was, in fact, a big part of the SALT caucus. Also sits on the Ways and Means Committee and brings her unique view to us now. Congresswoman, welcome back. It's great to have you. You have more insight here than probably anyone else we're going to speak with today after Mike Lawler. What is your sense? Because I know last time you joined us, you made pretty clear that the $30,000 cap that came out of Ways and Means covered the bulk, I believe 98% of your congressional district. How about your neighbors? What is the number that's going to bring them to a yes?
Look, I can't speak for my colleagues. I know that those who are in Long Island, Westchester County, they face higher property taxes than we do in my district. So, you know, I think, though, at some point you need to know what the best deal is and just take it. I think that it's not just the $30,000 that my constituents are going to benefit from. You know, a $30,000 deduction on SALT not only covers 98% of my district, but it will put thousands of dollars into the pockets of my constituents, allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned money. And then on top of that, you have the child tax credit, which doubled under TCJA, and we're going to add another $500, making it a $2,500 per child tax credit for families with children. And if you're a senior citizen, $4,000 additional deduction, which will be roughly $6,000 total per senior citizen. So if you're a married couple, you're talking about $12,000 deduction if you earn up to $75,000 as an individual, or $150,000 as a married couple, and then it phases down when you're up until when your salary gets to $175,000 individual, $350,000 for a married couple. So it's a significant tax relief we're talking about for the middle class, and we need to get this bill done, because not only would you see none of this stuff happen, the standard deduction will be cut in half, the child tax credit would be cut in half, all these lower income tax brackets that every single American benefited from would actually then go back up, which, you know, we're talking about trillions of dollars in taxes, not just for individuals, but for businesses as well. And so it is critical that we come together and unite and pass this one beautiful bill, which, you know, is not just about the tax cuts. It's about border security, giving our agents the tools they need to do their job. The president's done an amazing job securing our border and deporting criminals since he's taken office, but they need more resources. They need more manpower. And so this bill would also address that. And then also, really, when it comes to domestic energy, significant production we'll see as a result of this bill as well. So it really is incredibly important for our economy that we get this done. Cannot allow a tax cut to expire, or, by the way, a debt default, which would happen if we don't get the job done.
Well, so Congresswoman, would it be correct to characterize your view here as it's more important for these members who come from swing districts to take advantage of the majority that Republicans currently have to get this bill passed rather than worry about extending that majority beyond 2026, because that's their argument. They're in swing districts. If you want to hold on to the majority, they need to make sure they get a higher number here. Is that the wrong way to think about it now?
Look, I think tripling the SALT deduction is a huge win. If they can get it to quadruple to a $40,000 deduction, that is really significant, and that is saving constituents across New York thousands of dollars. And so people will see this, the result of this, in 2026 when they do their taxes. They'll see that they're saving money, not just because of a SALT deduction or an increase in the standard deduction if they choose that, but because of the child tax credit, because of the senior bonus deduction, and because of all the other job-creating pro-growth policies and tax policy that will be in this bill. Look, bonus depreciation, interest deductibility, research and development, 199A. These are all significant, incredibly significant provisions for our economy, for small businesses and large businesses alike. The corporate rate, that is also very critical to our economy. Look, the TCJA, people know, it was millions of jobs were created. You had millions of people lifted out of poverty. You had the lowest unemployment among African Americans and Hispanics. It was significant. We never even saw the full potential, sadly, because of the COVID pandemic. But we can't let any of this expire. We need to not only extend it, make as many provisions as we can permanent, and then add the new provisions that President Trump promised on the campaign trail, and that's what this bill does.
I don't know if you think the president's visit to Capitol Hill today will actually change minds, Congresswoman, but he was quoted in that meeting to say, if you lose because of SALT, you were going to lose anyway. And I wonder if you actually agree with the principle of that statement.
Look, I don't think an election comes down to the SALT deduction. And if you are tripling the deduction, you are winning for your constituents. You are delivering relief, you're delivering results, and that's what needs to be messaged out there when you go back home. I go back home and I'm telling my constituents that not only are we tripling the deduction, 98% of our district will be covered. If we're able to quadruple it, I'm sure all of my district will be covered. But I've always been focused in the middle class here. I've never been focused on the billionaires or the millionaires, and I think the majority of Congress has been focused on these middle class tax cuts, and that's what this bill does. Now I think it may change, and I think what the next offer that comes out of the Speaker's offer should be the one that is accepted, because we need to move forward. We need to pass this bill before Memorial Day. We need to deliver these wins, because if people see look, if we do nothing, constituents will see a tax hike. That's the bottom line, and then you will lose an election. I say let's do what we can here, significant relief for state and local taxes, and also let's hold our mayor and governor accountable. Let's remember the reason we need SALT relief to begin with. We need it because our mayor, our governor, Kathy Hochul, the state legislature, the Democrats that run New York are taxing New Yorkers to death. They could easily cut personal income tax rates, just like President Trump did in 2017. They choose not to. They can easily cap property taxes. New York City is the only municipality in New York that does not have a property tax cap. They choose not to. Instead, our mayor and the city council keep increasing the property tax levy year after year after year, hammering New Yorkers to waste their money on things like, billions of dollars for migrant shelters so criminals can wreak havoc on our streets. It is ludicrous. And so, we as a community, as a city, have to also take responsibility and vote for people who don't do that to us.
Congresswoman, of course, you are now satisfied on the SALT issue, but that is one of the only isn't the only outstanding issue still in these negotiations. You, much earlier in this process, were also one of the lawmakers who were raising concerns about cuts to Medicaid being too steep, going beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. And knowing there are still conservative holdouts who are pushing for changes, for example, to the federal share of Medicaid payments, other changes, if the Speaker were to acquiesce to some of those desires in order to secure those votes, does he risk losing yours?
He'll lose a lot of votes if they choose to lower the percentage that New York or any other state receives in matching funds for our traditional Medicaid population. Right now, New York receives 50%. I made it very clear from the beginning that I will not support that being lowered. And also the per capita caps on the traditional Medicaid. That is incredibly important. Where New York could potentially kick in a little more, have a little more skin in the game, is on the expansion, where New York only pays 10%, the federal government picks 90% of the share. That I don't think is going to change. It could change, but that is very different than saying we're going to cut the 50% match that New York receives on the Medicaid. I fought very hard to make sure that that provision was left out, and many other members also want to see that out. So I can't imagine that that would go in at this point in this stage. I think we have the proper balance here on the Medicaid. We are focused on the fraud, waste, and abuse. We're focused on making sure that the illegal immigrants do not benefit from our Medicaid dollars. And we are ensuring that there are work requirements for able-bodied individuals without dependents who are of working age. That is very reasonable. It is supported by 75% or more of the country. So let's stick to the plan here. Let's focus on what we need to do. Let's get the job done this week, and let's deliver this victory for not just the Republicans and President Trump, but for the entire country, moving this ball forward.
Well, you've framed this as an awfully important day here, Congresswoman, and if things are going to stay on track, it will need to be, whether we get a deal on SALT or some of the other concerns that we've talked about. I wonder if you've received any assurances from your colleagues who are members of the Freedom Caucus, a couple of them who serve on the Rules Committee, any assurances that things are going to go smoothly at 1 o'clock in the morning when this bill hits rules, and that anybody with some protest might use their time on the floor as opposed to committee? What's going to happen in the wee hours of the morning?
Look, I hope the bill gets passed. And what I would tell my colleagues is, let's focus on incremental wins here. We're not going to get everything we want all in this one bill, but this is significant. We're saving the American taxpayers money, making sure their money's being spent appropriately, not on waste, fraud, and abuse. We're rooting that out. We're going to allow the economy to thrive and build on the successes of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, which we know is successful and was responsible for lifting wages and bringing people out of poverty and giving them jobs. And we cannot afford a $4 trillion tax hike on America. We have to get this done. And what I would also say is, look, we have a $37 trillion debt, yes. We all want to address that, but we need to do it incrementally. This was created over 4 decades, right? We're not going to change it overnight. But whatever we can accomplish as a team, as a Republican united team, will be much better than if you have to work with the Democrats across the aisle. It'll be much more watered down, and you won't get the wins that we have here because they don't believe in the tax cuts that we believe for the middle class. They have made that very clear that they would allow all these tax provisions to expire if they had control or they had their way. So let's work together. Let's do the best we can. Fight as hard as you can for your district. But when it comes time to vote, you have to vote for it because we need to move this ball forward, and failure is just simply not an option.
All right, Congresswoman, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. As always, Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis of New York with us live from Capitol Hill. And we'll have more still ahead here on Bloomberg TV, radio, and now on Bloomberg Originals.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, and now Bloomberg Originals. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, broadcasting live from Washington, D.C. But it's to New York City, where we go next, to BNP Paribas Global Market Conference, where our colleague Bloomberg Sonali Basak is sitting down with the founder of Bridgewater Associates, Ray Dalio. Let's listen.
A growing debt load with a very minor cuts in spending, frankly, compared to how much debt the government has taken on. Where do you see this going?
Plato talked about this in thousands of years ago. It's almost the nature of democracy. The population wants more, and the government spends. And so what we've seen is temporary big deficits that came out of COVID, and the period after that became the high level of spending. And so we have a big ideological difference. Now the deficit will be about 6.5% of GDP, probably. And I think it's important to know what that means. All that deficit means debt that has to be sold. And there's a supply-demand problem. So pay attention to the supply-demand. That was what 2008 signaled 2008. That's what signaled 2010 to 15 period in Europe. We have a situation in which in the world there are large holders of dollar-denominated assets. They already represent very large percentages of those portfolios. And the quantity that has to be sold is greater than the demand for that debt. And so there's a supply-demand problem. With that supply-demand problem, then either rates go up or there's a need for printing money and the value of money goes down. That's the nature of that conflict. There is a capacity to deal with this issue. Right now, if you were to bring it from about 6.5% of GDP down to about 3% of GDP by spreading it out through three factors. There's, of course, spending. There's tax revenue, which is different than tax rates. And there's also interest rates. Interest rates on the debt are 4 times more impactful than either spending or taxation. So those three things, when they're balanced well, as they were, for example, in 1991 to 98, there was a reduction of the deficit by 5% of GDP, and we actually went to surpluses. There is the possibility. What I see, and when I'm in Washington and dealing with both sides, there is an agreement. I've never had really any disagreement about the question of the need to bring that down to about 3% of GDP. But the politics and the arguing of how we do it. So for me, it's been like I'm on a boat, and everybody on the boat, we're agreeing that if we don't make this change, we're going to hit the rocks. And then everybody's arguing about how to make the change, and they won't make the change. And so we're headed for the rocks. That's the feeling.
You know, you mentioned supply-demand dynamics. I'm sure everybody in this room had seen that Moody's downgraded the United States just a few days ago. Bloomberg reported this morning that you have funds across the world that are talking to the regulatory authorities to make sure that they don't feel the pressure of that. There are holders of treasuries, and this might become more difficult in the future. How big of an issue is the downgrade?
The downgrade is an understated indicator. Of course, there are benchmark and credit issues, but when they downgrade it, they don't reflect how bad the debt is. They reflect the probability of it being defaulted on, but they don't reflect the fact that the more likely scenario is that money is printed to pay for the debt. And so if you have a situation such as when Japan had its currency go down and its interest rates lower, and you lost about 3% in the currency and about 3% a year in the depreciation or the interest rate differential, it's a negative situation for the bonds that's being actually understated by that rating, because it doesn't take into consideration the more likely path of devaluing money. And that is why we're seeing a shift in the supply demand. Also, there are worries about sanctions. There are other issues that enter into the supply demand picture. So I would say the situation is more serious, even in my estimation, than it is conveyed by the rating.
When you think about foreign demand for U.S. assets, there has been a sense of a sell America trade coming back. Do you believe that this is just the beginning, or do you think that those fears are overstated?
I think the supply-demand picture is a reality, not an overstated. And I think that when you look at debt, it's just not an American problem. It's not an American issue at all. It's a broad issue. There will be increases in debt in Europe. There'll be increases in debt around the world. It's a world issue. That's one of the reasons that even emphasizing just one currency is an exaggeration. I think you have to look at the nature of debt in general.
So when we think about the fiscal problem here in the United States, we're looking at the way the government is looking to cut parts of our spending. When we look at those cuts, they involve social programs often, or Medicaid. What do you think the ultimate outcome is? You mentioned politics being another significant force, the push between the left and the right. You've also talked a lot about how equality has been a growing problem in this country, but also across the world. What would it mean for the U.S. to be cutting programs like that? And how does it maybe set up for a different type of issue down the road?
I think it's a reflection of irreconcilable differences that are not that are threats to the system. And I think that when we have right now we have a very good economy by comparison. Downturns come. So imagine what the political and the social clash would be if we, or when we have a downturn. So I am very worried about these issues.
Let's talk about the monetary a little bit.
There you have it from Ray Dalio speaking live with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak in New York at BNP Paribas Global Markets Conference, a conversation that we wanted to put an ear on as they're talking about the heart of the debate happening today here in Washington, D.C. when it comes to tax and spend reconciliation. Kaylee, it's so often here on Bloomberg, we leave the bubble here in Washington to bring our viewers and listeners a conversation that helps to advance the ball on policy here in Washington. That's one example. What's happening at Dell Technologies World Conference is another.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's where we find our colleague, Ed Ledlow, who is there live. We, of course, have been hearing from Dell specifically about what it's doing in the AI space. And we go to Ed to tell us more about that. Ed, obviously, for any technology company now, that is an area in which they are focused, want to be more competitive in. What are we hearing?
Yeah, I think, coming out of last week and all of the infrastructure deals that were announced as part of the president's visit to the Gulf, there's actually a lot of outstanding questions, which is how is this going to work in practice? I love coming on this program, and we always stick to the basics of when you build a data center, it's not straightforward. The technology comes from NVIDIA. That was part of the headline of last week, but somebody has to kind of put it all together. And so it's a reasonable question to pose to Dell. Dell is a maker of AI servers, but they weren't kind of included in the deluge of headlines that were part of the president's visit last week. Did they get a slice of it? How do you control the technology in terms of who is operating the technology stack, and which third parties have access to it? You will have seen the headlines on the Bloomberg terminal this morning about some of the concerns that Democrats, for example, have, that those deals that were done in the Gulf act as a sort of backdoor opportunity for China to get access to American technology in the AI context, because they also have relationships. China has relationships with those Gulf states. So this is all playing out because all the headlines have big dollar figures. We still need to work out how in practice all of this infrastructure is going to get built.
Ed, how did Dell go from, you got a Dell dude company, to one of the most critical components makers in the AI space?
Yeah, this is like a really good question. Like, I grew up with Dell computers at home. I wrecked many of those desktops. Right. Like back in the day in like the 90s where you had to phone someone up and they would help you troubleshoot. But this line of their business, the assembling of AI servers, has put Dell very closely aligned with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is like the most important company in the world right now. I think we accept that. But they have no history of selling to SMEs or to governments or even to large companies. So Dell has acted as a sales channel for them. Dell's really good at that. But they have demonstrated, particularly in relationships with like Elon Musk's XAI, that Dell can move quickly. And again, like throughout the day, we'll be talking about that, like what kind of deals are in the pipeline for them and how are they leveraging that speed that they move with, particularly on their server business.
We're going to hopscotch from where Ed is in Las Vegas at the Dell Technologies World Conference to another one that's taking place, and that's the Google I/O keynote conference taking place in Mountain View, California. Bloomberg technology reporter Jackie Davalos is with us there to kind of bring us some of the sights and sounds here. Jackie, we've seen a lot of headlines cross. AI is the thread that connects you and the conference you're covering with what we're hearing from Ed Ludlow. What's Google saying today?
Google is laying out its big vision for artificial intelligence for the year and the years to come. It's really going to revolve around this new AI mode in search. Now, this is something the company has been teasing and experimenting with behind the scenes, but today it announced that it will be available to users broadly. And this is a big deal because the biggest question facing the tech giant right now is how it's going to adapt this major product, which we all know and love. It's one of its biggest money makers. How is it going to adapt to the AI era? And today we're learning that AI mode has better features where you can use voice, text, images to interact with that search bar in a completely different way. You can find information faster and just a more multimodal experience. This is really important for the company because it's looking to compete with some of the AI rivals that are looking to nip away at some of that search dominance, like OpenAI as well as Perplexity.
Well, but Google also has been found to have an illegal monopoly in search, Jackie. And as we consider what kind of antitrust remedy the company is actually going to have to deal with, does that risk delaying its ability to compete with rivals who are entering this space?
You would think, but by the sound of Sundar Pichai's comments earlier today, I don't think it's going to slow them down. He really emphasized speed. He emphasized that its latest model, Gemini, is coming out faster, that it's really developing these new updates in a much more speedy manner because of that competition, of course. As it relates to its antitrust woes over the last couple years, you know, it is adapting to AI in a different way, in the same way that, you know, others are also kind of getting into that space at a different time, around that same time. You know, of course, its entrenched dominance in search gives it a leg up, but, you know, you also have its rivals kind of coming up with new features that are testing the way people interact with these things. So it's still yet to be seen how much of this might slow down their progress. But what we're hearing today is that there's a lot of excitement for how users are going to react to this. It mentioned its Gemini app has around 400 million users. And then its AI overviews. This was something it rolled out in its search feature last year. That has 1.5 billion users. So we're seeing traction nonetheless.
Really great. Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos at Google's I/O conference underway right now. Jackie, thank you so much. With us live from Mountain View, California. Begging the question, Kaylee, is the era of blue links over?
Well, I guess we'll have to continue to ask that question. We also have a lot of questions here in Washington, mind you, in the meantime, that we're grappling with, including, can the House actually pass this budget reconciliation bill even after the pleading of President Trump in a meeting with Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill earlier today? Just moments from now, the Speaker is going to be meeting with the SALT caucus, with Republicans who still maintain a higher cap is needed to secure their vote. One of them being, of course, Republican Mike Lawler, who was just taken to X, saying that he is going to continue to negotiate to try to reach an agreement to provide more tax relief to his constituents. He says, "While I respect President Trump and understand the importance of passing this legislation, I will not do so at the expense of my district."
Yeah, we'll have a lot more to talk about when we meet you for the late edition of Balance of Power, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Ralph Norman, Republican congressman, member of the Freedom Caucus, one of the present votes, will be with us this evening. We'll have a real sense of where we stand if you join us live. Starting 5 p.m. Eastern, Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, a very good afternoon live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. It is Tuesday, May 20th, and man, we have a big technology and innovation focus for you in the next 60 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to get top voices from Dell and from Google. We'll also hear from Barry Diller of IAC. But, Carol, we want to kick it off with a man everybody who listens and watches us is familiar with.
He speaks, we talk about it. Right now, we do want to start with the CEO of Tesla, who talked earlier from the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha. It is programmed by Bloomberg News. Elon Musk speaking remotely at QEF with Michelle Hussein. She's editor-at-large at Bloomberg Weekend. They covered a range of topics. There's a lot about it on the Bloomberg terminal. But they kicked it off with talking about how Tesla sales are doing around the globe.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. Our sales are doing. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall, and obviously the stock market recognizes that since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
But sales still down compared to this time last year.
In Europe.
In Europe, okay. And
yes, but that's true of all manufacturers. There's no exceptions.
Does that mean that you're not going to be able? Does that mean
the European market is quite weak?
Okay, but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that what you are facing, okay, let's just take it as Europe, what you are facing is a significant problem. This Tesla was an incredibly aspirational brand. People identified with it. They saw it as being at the forefront of the climate crisis, and now people are driving around with stickers in their cars saying, I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
And there are also people who are buying it because Elon's crazy, or however they may view it. So yes, we've lost some sales perhaps on the left, but we've gained them on the right. The sales numbers at this point are strong, and we see no problem with demand.
So what?
I mean, you can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I was citing sales figures rather than share price. Well, tell me then how committed you are to Tesla. Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
Yes.
No doubt about that at all.
Well, no, I might die.
Okay, short of that.
I can never see if I'm dead, so there's a slight amount of.
Does that mean that the value of your pay doesn't have any bearing on your decision?
Well, that's not really a subject of discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be compensation for if something incredible is done, that compensation should match. Something incredible was done, but I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect the future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 billion pay package that was awarded to you. I think the value on the current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not a judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. I think yes. On the current value of stock options, I think the actual
justice according to the law.
On the current value of stock options, I think the value of that pay package stands at about $100 billion. Are you saying you are relaxed about the value of your future pay package? Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years, as long as you are still with us on this planet, is completely independent of pay?
No.
It's not independent. So pay is a relevant factor then to your commitment to Tesla?
It's sufficient voting control such that I cannot be ousted by activist investors is what matters to me. And I've said this publicly many times. But let's not have this whole thing be a discussion of my alleged pay. It's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company, especially if we're building millions, potentially billions of humanoid robots. I can't be sitting there and one day get tossed out by, for political reasons, by activists. That would be unacceptable. That's all that matters. Now let's move on.
Okay, well, just one question.
Now let's move on.
Well, one question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret any of, or think twice about your political endeavors? Because it is.
I did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car, to threaten to kill me. What's wrong with these people? I've not harmed anyone. So something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms, but I think...
Yeah. Bullets into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you?
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you? But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all, in any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Let's talk about your other companies then and other business areas, SpaceX. I saw that you said in a speech at the West Point Military Academy recently that the future of warfare is AI and drones. And obviously defense is an increasingly booming sector with the state of the world at the moment. Do you see SpaceX moving into weaponized drones?
You certainly ask interesting questions that are impossible to answer. SpaceX is it's the space launch leader. So SpaceX doesn't do drones. SpaceX builds rockets, satellites, and internet terminals. SpaceX has a very dominant position in space launch. So of the mass launch to orbit this year, SpaceX will probably do 90%. China will do the half of the remaining amount, so 5%, and the rest of the world, including the rest of the US, will do about 5%. So SpaceX will do about 10 times as much as the rest of the world combined, or 20 times as much as China, and China is doing actually a very impressive job. The reason for this is that we're putting into orbit the largest satellite constellation the world has ever seen by far. So I think at this point, about maybe approaching 80% of all active satellites in orbit are SpaceX. And they're providing high bandwidth global connectivity throughout the world. In fact, this connection is on a SpaceX connection. So I think this is a very good thing because it means that we can provide low-cost, high bandwidth internet to parts of the world that don't have it, or it's very expensive. And I think the single biggest thing you can do to lift people out of poverty and help them is giving them an internet connection. because once you have the internet connection, you can learn anything for free on the internet, and you can also sell your goods and services to the global market. Once you have knowledge by the internet and the ability to engage in commerce, that this is going to greatly improve quality of life for people throughout the world, and it has. And I'd just like to thank anyone in the audience who may have been helpful in, with Starlink and getting it to approved in their country. And I think it's doing a lot of good on the countries that have approved it, which is, I think at this point, 130 countries are very happy with it. I don't currently anticipate SpaceX getting into the weapons business. That's not an aspiration. We're frequently asked to do weapons programs, but we have thus far declined.
Do you envisage SpaceX or indeed Starlink as a separate entity publicly listing in the near future or at all?
It's possible that Starlink may go public at some point in the future.
And what would be the time frame?
Starlink.
What kind of time frame are you considering?
I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush to go public. Public is, I guess, a way to potentially make more money, but at the expense of a lot of public company overhead and inevitably a whole bunch of lawsuits, which are very annoying. So really, something needs to be done about the shareholder derivative lawsuits in the U.S. Because it allows plaintiffs' law firms who don't represent the shareholders to pretend that they represent the shareholders by getting a puppet plaintiff with a few shares to initiate a massive lawsuit against the company. And the irony being that, extreme irony, that even if the class they purport to represent were to vote that they don't want the lawsuit would still continue. So how can it be a class action representing a class if the class vote against it? And that's the bizarre situation we've got in the U.S. It's a dire need of reform. As anyone who's run a public company experienced this, it's an absurd situation that needs to change.
All right, that, of course, is Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, with Michelle Hussein. She is editor-at-large at Bloomberg Weekend. Earlier from Doha at the Qatar Economic Forum, which is programmed by Bloomberg News, so a bunch of interviews coming out. If you missed any of it, do catch the full conversation. You can find it at Bloomberg.com and, of course, always on the Bloomberg terminal. Some
really interesting comments from Elon Musk there, including commentary about his compensation, Tesla's sliding sales, a possible spinoff of SpaceX's satellite business. In other parts of the interview, he criticized Bill Gates, and you heard there, too, him making commentary about the Delaware judge who's twice ruled against his massive Tesla pay package.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Listen, this dude is worth, what, $375.5 billion. That's according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. He reiterated when they were talking, and I would say it was a little bit tense in terms of his pay package, right? That has gone to court, right? And there has been trying to justify it, if you will. But he said he wants to own more shares because it's for reasons of authority, he says, rather than wealth. He said it's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company. And keep in mind, he has been CEO since 2008. It is one of really the longest runs when it comes to a CEO, right, at a company. And one of the world's largest automakers as well. So he has been there for a long time through a lot of different cycles, but nonetheless, certainly feeling like he is justified. And again, I would say a little bit of a tense exchange back and forth there.
Yeah, if you missed any of that interview, check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. In the meantime, let's get an update on the markets. A little over 2 hours to the close. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. A down day for the U.S. equity market. Tesla, though, lots of news coming out of that conversation. Tesla shares right now up by 3.2%, but the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, we're all lower now with the S&P 500 index down 20, a drop right now of about 0.3%. We've got the Dow down 103, a decline there of 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 64 for NASDAQ, a drop of 0.3%. Your 10-year yield, 4.48%, but the 2-year, 3.96%. Spot gold up $57 the ounce, up 1.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.57 a barrel. So again, recapping a move lower here, that rally running out of steam today with the S&P down 20, a drop there of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to speed on the markets. All right, on the markets, from the Middle East to the West Coast we go, staying on technology, and to the Dell Technologies World happening right now in Las Vegas, where our own Ed Ludlow is. He's, of course, the co-host of Bloomberg Technology with a special guest. Ed, over to you.
Yeah, there's been like this 48-hour sprint around the world where AI infrastructure is just absolutely core to everything that's going on. True of what's going on here at Dell Technologies World as well. Arthur Lewis is president of the Infrastructure Solutions Group. Basically, the team at Dell that are building all of those servers that are going inside all of the data centers popping up around the world. Good to see you,
Great to
Arthur.
see you, Ed. It feels like just yesterday we were here.
Right. There were some updates. So basically, your core relationship is with NVIDIA. NVIDIA's GPUs or accelerators go into servers that you put together. You've announced some updates to the AI factory, which is basically your offering to the enterprise. And I don't really want to linger on what those technical updates are. I want to ask you the why. What is it that you and NVIDIA are responding to that you needed to make changes to AI factory? What is it that customers are asking you for?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say we've made changes to the AI factory. I would say we're augmenting and continuing to innovate to make the AI factory even better. And there's sort of two flavors of the AI factory, right? There's one that we build for the very large CSPs that you've heard about, like XAI and CoreWeave and folks like that. But what we're really going after is really the enterprise AI. When what enterprises are looking for is something that's simple, easy to use, something that they can rationalize an ROI around, and that's really what the AI Factory 2.0 is all about. I just got off stage. We were talking about all the great storage announcements that we have, including our AI data platform, our private cloud platform, and the automation platform that we're building on top of it to make AI easy for customers to ingest and deploy.
The relationship with NVIDIA is interesting to understand. Is it that Dell kind of acts as a sales channel for NVIDIA's GPUs, or does NVIDIA act as a sales channel for Dell's server designs?
Well, clearly NVIDIA is a key partner, like many of our other ecosystem partners, and they're a key portion of our AI factory. We've engineered and developed it together. We go and we meet customers together, so it's more of a partner relationship.
Dell has committed heavily to providing AI systems that are built on NVIDIA technology. But what was so interesting out of Computex was NVLink Fusion, but the idea that NVIDIA opens up its technology to other providers. One of the surprise names was Qualcomm. If a customer came to you, Arthur, and was like, I'm interested in having some hybrid solutions, could you do that, and how quickly could you do that?
Well, we could absolutely do that. How quickly, not ready to announce any products today, but what I want you to understand is that, you know, there are a lot of technologies out there. NVLink Fusion is an incredible technology, and we're looking at creating the best AI platforms that help to democratize this technology and give customers the AI that they're looking for.
The big customer that everyone is talking about is XAI. Are you surprised by that?
I am not.
Colossus was a huge project. You get a lot of credit for moving incredibly quickly with XAI. Could you basically give us the basics of the project? Was it H100 from NVIDIA, or was it GB200? What scale is it at? What was it that you did differently in building that data center that you had or had never done before with other customers?
Yeah, well, look, and I'm not going to talk too much about XAI's technology because I think that's for them to talk about. But what I will talk about is, you know, last year we deployed 100,000 GPUs in 6 weeks. That's a feat that no other enterprise had been able to accomplish. Then when I was with you in October, we talked about, or in September, we talked about the fact that we would be first to launch GB200. We were the first to launch GB200. So it's the continued innovation and rate of innovation that's allowing us to win incredibly cool customers like XAI, like CoreWeave, and many others.
I got a question for you from the audience when I said you were coming on the show on social media, and it was like, in the context of Colossus or XAI, what is it that you're offering differently to a Supermicro or an HPE? You know, moving fast is one thing. Are there other factors that make Dell more compelling?
Well, I mean, clearly the rate of innovation, I think, is faster than anything that we've ever seen in the industry. And the ability to engineer the compute, the network, and the storage under one roof and be the fine-tuner and the integrator is incredibly powerful differentiator. Our services capabilities in terms of deployment and integration, something else that's incredibly powerful. We deployed a rack, took it off the truck, plugged it in, cabled it, tested it, and turned it over to the customer within 24 hours. Unheard of in this industry.
Is that relationship with XAI going to expand to new sites, new projects?
I certainly hope so.
We've reported that, in the context of what I just said, this is a competitive business, that one way you've been able to win business, and what we're talking about is, like you said, storage or on-prem, call it what you will, business with new types of customers by basically surrendering some margin. What is the state of play with that business model and how you're going out there to win new deals?
Look, this is an incredibly important space, both in the CSP and you know, within the enterprise. And you know, we will continue to innovate and drive technology and continue to win more and more business. As we've said, the larger deals are rate dilutive to the ISG business, but they're actually dollar accretive. So we're very happy with where we are, and now we just want to go drive more enterprise adoption.
Last week, the President of the United States went to the Middle East, to the Gulf.
I heard.
There were a number of deals announced where NVIDIA and AMD, as the technology providers, the accelerator providers, have plans for data centers in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE. Will Dell be a part of that? Has it been able to capture a slice of the build-out that's happening outside of the United States?
Yeah, what I can tell you, Ed, is that we're involved in every single sovereign opportunity that exists around the world, and we are working hand in hand with those customers to design the future ambition that they have.
You talked a little bit about CoreWeave, and CoreWeave was a part of what you were discussing on stage. Again, a company that's moving incredibly quickly. Again, the same question, like, how does this work? CoreWeave wins you some business, you win CoreWeave some business, or in both directions?
We really understand very deeply and technically the requirements of the customers, and we're able to innovate and deliver faster than the competition, and that's really the name of the game in this space.
The criticism that CoreWeave gets is that it's basically like commoditized capital. They buy GPUs and rent them out, and they would argue, well, no, we do a lot more than that. We're offering software. So is Dell. Dell is offering software. You offer access, for example, to NVIDIA's software platforms. How is it that everyone kind of wins in this scenario, where both at the hyperscale level and AI factory at the sort of SME level, on-prem, everybody wins and makes money?
Yeah, look, there's no question that artificial intelligence is a hybrid use case. There'll be some use cases that'll be on-prem. The majority of the use cases will be on-prem because that's where 85% of the data resides. There will be other use cases where customers feel like they can use a GPU as a service provider. I think this is an incredibly massive opportunity with plenty of room for a lot of entities to play. It's really exciting.
There is a distinction, or I'm guessing that something has changed from when we were sat here 1 year ago, which is that at that time, the AI factory was quite clearly defined. The term that is most prominent right now is AI infrastructure, like massive scale, thousands of megawatts in a data center. Could you give me like a proportion of where you see the business going, the split on AI factory and your involvement in those absolute biggest projects?
Well, look, there's no question that today the revenue is really geared towards the very large rack scale infrastructure and the massive CSP build out that we see around the world, including the sovereigns. Ultimately, over the next decade, right, that's going to get caught up with the enterprise AI and what we know as the enterprise factory. But today, it's clearly the revenue is geared more towards the larger CSPs.
We talked about XAI. We talked about CoreWeave, two very prominent names in the world of AI and AI infrastructure right now. Where are the next customers? Where are you going to win new deals, even if it's sort of on a sectoral basis, and maybe some places you've never sold to before?
Look, this is incredibly interesting, Ed. You know, like I said, look, we're engaged with every large opportunity around the world, sovereign, private, and so, you know, we'll see who the next customer is, but I can tell you that there are a lot of really interesting projects out there. There's a lot of investment that's going into building out these large data centers. It's very complicated. The innovation is happening extremely quickly, and what customers are looking for is a technology partner that really understands the space, knows how to build large-scale infrastructure, understands data design, understands thermal design, understands network design. These are all the capabilities that differentiate us and get us into every single conversation around the world.
Just very quickly, so, you know, Dell has experience selling to the public sector, but use the word sovereign. So outside of the United States, you see scenarios where Dell does deals directly with nation states who want to build out could control their own AI infrastructure?
Potentially, yes.
And how would that work?
We'll see when it happens.
Okay, Arthur Lewis, president of the Infrastructure Solutions Group at Dell. Here at Dell Technologies World, where, again, guys, it may seem a buzzword, but AI infrastructure is everything right now. Back to you in New York.
Yep, hear it a lot. All right, Ed, thank you so much. Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Technology out there in Vegas. Hey, just want to bring you up to speed on what we're seeing in terms of the equity trade today. We're seeing a leg down when it comes to the major equity averages. The S&P 500, a decline of about 32 points. So we have seen definitely move towards our worst levels of the session. We're looking at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a decline of about 193 points. And you look at the NASDAQ 100 right now down about 133 points. So down about 0.6% on the NASDAQ 100, down about 0.5% on the S&P 500.
I'm looking at the bond market. We're seeing yields higher on the 30-year, the 20-year, and the 10-year, but yields actually lower on the 2-year, the 3-year, and the 5-year, Carol.
All right, certainly something we're keeping an eye on. Hey, listen, folks, if you think of those who have had a storied and long career when it comes to things like media, movies, social media, and those really at the cross-section of culture and disruption, you probably are going to think about someone like Barry Diller. Well known, too, to the New York cultural and philanthropic scene. He has put his life and memories into a new memoir. It's entitled Who Knew? He sat down with our own David Gore. He's Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Take Correspondent. He's joining us here in studio. Diller, by the way, featured in the Big Take podcast from Bloomberg News. David, this is a dude that has been around for a lot, seen a lot of cycles, and really well known in the media world as it has evolved.
Absolutely, and the book is fascinating. It goes back to his young life in California. He was raised in privilege, but dropped out of college, got his first job at William Morris, and really came to life in the file room there, which was this archive of all the deals that talent agency had done. And through that, he says, he kind of absorbed the business of Hollywood, figured it out, went to New York as an assistant to somebody at William Morris who joined ABC and quickly rose through the ranks. He was the youngest vice president in network news history.
Was he like in his 20s or 30s?
He was in his 23 when he moved and 25 when he was named VP.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
And then in his early 30s, he was named the chairman and CEO of Paramount Pictures. So just an incredible jump from place to place across media. As I kind of put it in the podcast, he goes from the small screen to the silver screen. And then in his, this chapter, it's the internet. It's, he's doing a lot with online properties as well.
The part of there's a lot of the book dedicated to what he's done in business, but the part that has gotten a lot of attention thus far has been his personal life and specifically his marriage. And particularly, I think that's a result of the excerpt that was featured in New York Magazine in the last couple of weeks that got a lot of attention. How does he address it in the entire book?
So he writes a lot about this, that there's been decades-long speculation about his sexuality. And he does come out in the book. He doesn't say explicitly, I'm gay, but he says effectively there have been a lot of men in my life and only one woman, and that's Diane von Furstenberg, the fashion designer, who he's been with off and on for about 50 years. They've been married since 2001. So in the book, he writes a lot about the power of that love story, how unexpected it was. And then he does express some regrets, and he did so in the interview with me as well, that he didn't make declarations, as he put it earlier, that he didn't recognize that he could or should speak out about his sexuality earlier. So this is an opportunity for him to do that. He does it in the interview, he does it in the book as well, with the hope or the recognition that might have meant something to some people, and he has some regret that he didn't do that earlier. But it's funny you bring up that excerpt. It was about this. Maureen Dowd of the New York Times wrote about this as well. In our interview, he was kind of frustrated, not surprised, but frustrated that that's where so much focus was as a result of all this. Because I say it's been the subject of so much speculation for so much time.
Everybody went there. And I'm just curious, he didn't have to say anything, right? And I'm just curious if he covered that, like why he decided to, because he didn't have to.
That's exactly right. So I started off the interview by asking if he was in kind of a retrospective mood, if he felt like at 83 this was a chance to kind of look back and put things in. If he's thinking about slowing down, he's not thinking about slowing down. But he was really committed to this notion that if he was going to tell a story, he wanted to tell it true, as he put it to me, and he wanted to include it. So, I pressed him on this a bit and talked a bit about those regrets. He's somebody who feels like it's now out there. He's put it on the page. The book stands for itself. And while we did engage with it a little bit in the interview, it was something he clearly still feels like he doesn't have to talk about as much as others might want to talk about.
All right, so you guys talked about a lot of personal
Yes.
stuff, but you also got into the FCC, because this is someone who is, again, understands this world and curious to see what he thinks about the current administration.
Let's play a little tape here. I'll set it up by saying, look, he's somebody who has such awareness about so many facets of business, and we talked a lot about the economic environment, the business environment as he sees it now, and also just the relationship between the private sector and the Trump administration. So we talked about a company that was, as I said, near and dear to his heart. He ran Paramount. Paramount now the subject of this merger with Skydance. And I asked him just about the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission's investigations into CBS and other networks, and here's what he had to say.
Well, this too will pass in a few years, I would think. But politicizing the FCC is a crime. I mean, it's simply a crime. Saying that broadcasters or people whose licenses the FCC holds should be subject to political determination as led by the chair of the FCC, delving into matters of suitability, whether or not in the Paramount, which is being withheld from approval, or not withheld, but being determinative soon for approval, as to whether or not they, in a single episode of 60 Minutes, and a lawsuit, utterly absurd lawsuit, filed directly personally by the president against CBS for its interview that they had misedited a piece of it. That's what it's about. That the FCC could actually say, we're going to scrutinize that to determine whether you should hold a broadcast license? That's heinous.
Do you have sympathy for Sherry Redstone as she tries to get this?
Again, I'm amazed by this. I've been incredibly criticized for this because I said, I'll make a distinction, and then I gotta go. We gotta get out of this. Which is, I said, look, if a guillotine is at your throat and it costs you $20 million or whatever to settle this lawsuit so that you can get out of going into bankruptcy or close to it, then I'm sympathetic to that if the guillotine is at your neck. So yes, I'm sympathetic to that. Am I sympathetic to them? Well, leave it at that. Contrast that with law firms. Law firms, if the worst that could happen to them under what the administration was doing is they could lose a little business. No guillotine is at their throat. They will not be irrevocably harmed. For them to cave, that's bad.
That's bad, and Barry Diller said to me as well that he would never hire one of the firms that did a deal with the Trump administration, that settled with the Trump administration. Wow. So we talked about that. We talked about, again, the business outlook that he has. He's willing to give the president, he said, 3 to 6 months to see how all of this stuff shakes out when it comes to trade. He hopes that he's proved wrong, that it's not going to be detrimental to the economy. But again, he's just somebody who throughout his career has been in so many interesting places and done so much. I think it's valuable to hear his outlook on all these.
To what did he attribute his success at a very early age to? I mean, you don't have people in their 20s or in their early 30s who didn't start companies being in the executive ranks.
It's so funny. I said, did you have hubris? What gave you the kind of that you could go to ABC and think, I'm going to start, effectively became movie of the week. I'm going to go in there not having had any executive experience, he's saying, do all of this. And he said he didn't even think about it. I mean, he said people think of him as a boss, but he said he was a very good assistant. And he talked about his management style. He was, at the beginning of this book, he says, it's not a book about business or a book that you're supposed to be like used for training, but you can kind of draw things from these anecdotes. And something we talked about is how he thinks that every manager has to know how to manage from the bottom up. You have to be kind of integrally involved in every part of the business. And that's not to say you have to do everything, but you have to know how it all works. And I think that there's kind of a level of hyper engagement he's had over the years that's enabled him to do that. He also, as you might expect from hearing him there, hearing him elsewhere, is not somebody to kind of shy away from kind of pushing through anybody who might doubt him. And I think that that's been a secret to his success as well.
Favorite part of the conversation?
Favorite part was just, I mean, hearing all of the people that he worked with. And, you know, it's not a name-droppy book. Yes, there are a lot of names in it, but like obviously when he was at ABC doing these movies, he worked with so many stars and so many directors and so many producers, and the same thing is true at Paramount. And his admiration that he had and has for them, which again goes back to his early days in LA working at William Morris, is just so palpable in the text that he really had, such affection and admiration for the work they do. I said, are you a creative person? Do you think you're a creative person? No, but he has a sensibility or a sense of what kind of the mainstream wants, and he's very proud of that, that he's not somebody who focuses on something that's like really nuanced or for a small audience. He thinks that he's able to understand what a broad audience wants, and I took away from the interview that, thinking that he really has been able to have his kind of finger on the pulse of American culture for such a long time.
Yeah, think about how it evolved, right, into social media and really at, the dating apps and
he's
home
been there
shopping.
too. Yeah. He took an early interest in that stuff as well.
It's pretty amazing. Great stuff. David, thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. David Gore, he's Bloomberg News correspondent, of course, the host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, joining us here in studio. If you missed any of it, be sure to check out, though, the Big Take podcast. You can find it at Bloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg terminal.
Hey, stocks accelerating losses. The S&P 500 down 0.7%, as is the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow down 0.6%. Coming up next, we are headed out to California to Google I.O.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street's rally taking a breather with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the red, right to the numbers now with the S&P 500 index currently down 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index lower now by 0.6%. Your 10-year at 4.47% with the 2-year 3.95%. Gold up 1.8%, 32.87 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude looking at a drop there of 0.2%, 62.56 a barrel. So again, stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to speed on the trade right now. As Charlie mentioned, just bouncing off our lows of this session, we did take a leg down in the last 20, 30 minutes. All right, back to kind of our tech focus this hour. Our team around the globe and across the United States continuing to report out on some of the big tech events that are happening on this Tuesday. Right now, we want to head to Google I/O. It's Google's annual developer conference. It focuses on the company's advancements in AI, Android operating systems, smartwatches, and its scam detection tools. And Tim, it's happening right now in Mountain View, California.
That's where we find Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos with Google's Liz Reed. She's vice president and head of search at the firm. Hey, Jackie.
Hey, Tim and Carol. Liz, it's great to have you today.
A pleasure to be with you here today.
The big news that came out of that keynote speech was really AI mode. It's what everyone was really hoping to get, an insight into what's next for search, and you called it the most powerful search engine yet. Describe to us why this is a total reimagining of the search experience.
Yeah, I think we've seen with AI overviews that it's been really great for people, enabling them to ask new types of questions. But we also saw that people really wanted to say, sometimes they have those hard questions, they want to go directly to an AI-powered response. They wanted to ask follow-up questions because they're trying to do something in more depth in research. And so we really thought about what does that experience look like for people, and how do we bring it in so that they can ask truly their hardest questions, and then continue to explore and take action throughout the web.
So is this the end of the blue links?
No, absolutely not. I think both within AI overviews and within AI mode, AI is actually allowing us to go deeper into search. It's allowing people to find that hyper-relevant, incredibly fresh content that really matches your need. If you think about it, if you were doing more of sort of a keyword-y style, you only gave a few words. You didn't really describe what the particular type of shoes you want are. And you saw with the shopping example today, okay, if you're really describing this is the type of rug I want to buy, can you find that great small merchant that sells the perfect rug for you? And so I think that will continue to thrive going forward.
One of the biggest questions is really around search has really come up around, do I use one of these other chatbots, OpenAI, for example, or Meta, whatever's out there these days, to kind of ask it these questions in the same way that I used to use Google search for. When it comes to Google's products, why do you want users, do you prefer to have users go through the Gemini app or to search? Kind of what's the unique benefit of going to search in the case for, more specific and more complex questions?
I think search is really designed around helping you with your information needs. It's tuned to really think about things like accuracy and factuality. Oftentimes when you have these information needs, you want to get started, but then you want to go deeper and research more. Let's say you're looking for camps. You want some good idea for camps, but then you actually want to check out the campsites, right? And so search is really designed to make those questions possible, and really focused on doing the best job possible when you have questions with really an information focus.
You mentioned accuracy, and Google had some issues with accuracy kind of in the more early days of this technology. How did you know that AI mode was ready for prime time?
So we have quite thorough testing that we do constantly. We have the feedback from the users in the labs product, but also put it through extensive testing around the factuality, around the helpfulness of the product, and really seeing that both from our benchmarks as well as from the user feedback, we believe it is ready.
The agent kind of aspect to artificial intelligence is something that everyone is really curious about. When it comes to search, what do agents mean in that context? Is it going to be kind of us feeding information into search, or kind of it doing it for us in the long run?
I think maybe a couple of things to highlight. We talked about how we're bringing Project Mariner in today to search. On those cases, for instance, you're trying to buy baseball tickets, you would have to go to hundreds of different sites, enter in the same day, the same number of tickets, and go look at them. And we can go off and help pull that information together and then allow you to take action. But I think this is an important part of agents, is agents should be taking the drudgery out of the work for you. That's how we think about in search, but still keeping you in control, right? So what's the part of the task you don't want to do, but then coming back and saying, well, which of these do you want, right? I think if you're trying to pick tickets or you're trying to buy a great purse, both of those, at the end of the day, you probably still want to sign off on that final choice. And so we're really thinking about the role of both reducing the effort, but enabling you, the agency, to participate.
I'm hearing a lot about engagement. So users are going to be using this in a different way and possibly for longer and more efficiently. Earlier this year, an Apple executive said that the number of Google searches in the Safari browser was starting to tick down. Do you expect that AI mode could actually reverse that trend?
So as we stated, overall search queries are up, including on the Apple platforms. But I think you also heard from Sundar today, AI Overviews has driven an increase in queries already today. I think we expect with AI mode that will happen as well. It's really an expansionary moment. There's a lot of questions that you might think about in your head, but you didn't historically think it was worth the time or effort to go ask them. And as technology unlocks this, we saw this with AI Overviews, people just come and they ask that question that used to pop in their head and they would let go and do that. And so we really expect the space to grow over time.
One of the areas that I know publishers and content creators are really curious about is kind of what the longer term impact of AI Overviews is on them. Can you kind of break down how you expect AI mode kind of largely available to affect that cohort?
So I would say two things. We saw with AI Overviews that pages with AI Overviews drive higher quality clicks to websites, which means people spend more time on them. They're really engaged on them.
So it's a good thing for publishers.
So I think that's a great thing of getting really high quality content. And we are looking forward to doing the same thing with AI mode as well. I think we're going to continue to find deeper parts of the web, that really incredible hyper-relevant content. But I would also say I still expect the vast majority of people to interact primarily on the main search experience with AI Overviews. AI mode is really for those harder tasks. It's for the subset of people that really want to be on that sort of cutting edge frontier of models. But AI Overviews and the main search page continues to be a great place for a lot of your questions.
When it comes to antitrust, it's on our viewers' minds. We're Bloomberg, and we're really focused on what those implications could be on the broader business model. A federal judge last year ruled that Google's dominance in search was an illegal monopoly, and of course, the outcome of that is still really yet to be seen. But for you, in your shoes as head of search, how are you thinking about the effect that could have on your roadmap?
So in general, we stay just focused on building the best thing for our users. People continue to choose Google because they find it helpful, not because they have to. And that is really our North Star and has been for years. You go back to that mission of organizing all the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. We're a long ways away from the end of that, right? Yes, we've come a long way in the last 25 years, but there's still so many opportunities to make information more useful. We talked today about how we think the future of search is going beyond information to intelligence, really helping you in a deep way with your needs. And that's what gets us motivated every day.
So you don't see the outcome of that antitrust trial kind of affecting your strategy in search going forward or slowing it down in any way?
So we don't generally comment on pending legislation, but I think in general we'll continue to try and build amazing products for users that people love, just as we have over the last 25 years.
Liz Reed, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Carol.
All right, so appreciated. Our own Jackie Davalos out there on the West Coast in Mountain View, California at the Google I/O event. Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos there with Google I/O in Google's, I should say, Liz Reed, excuse me. She's the vice president and head of search. So a really wide-ranging conversation about a big world for certainly Google.
We saw equities take a leg lower over the last 40 minutes or so. The NASDAQ still down about 0.8%. The S&P 500 just hovering around those session lows.
This hour, about 372 to the downside. We've got 131 gaining ground, but a little bit of a more negative tone, certainly we've seen over the last 40 minutes. When we come back, a look at some of the stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on this first hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We have seen stocks move to their lows of the session, so we are down about 41 points on the S&P 500. We are good for a decline of about 0.7%, almost 0.8% to the downside on the NASDAQ 100. It is down, that average, 167 points. So we've definitely seen more of a negative tone building some momentum, at least over the last 50 minutes.
I'm Tim Stenovec along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. With us now is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. Emily, what's on your radar?
Okay, so I'm looking at a stock that is a lot higher today, despite the indexes being down. D-Wave Quantum. The ticker is QBTS. So the quantum computing trade has been one that's been very popular with retail investors.
It's like we shift from AI to quantum, but
yes,
it's all connected.
I don't admit to be a quantum computing expert.
It's just quantum computing.
Yeah, it's not rocket science.
Explain away, Mr. Stenovec. Go ahead.
But the company announced that they announced today the general availability of a new quantum computing system, and they said that this new type of computer can solve complex problems beyond the reach of what classical computers could do. So the stock is up 26% right now. We know it's popular with retail investors because there's a quantum computing ETF, and then there's also an ETF that gives you double leverage on this stock. The ticker's QBTX, and it was up 60% today.
We're still doing the leverage single stocks thing?
Oh, yes,
okay.
Tim.
Just checking.
We are still very much doing that. The space is like $15 billion now of just like single stock leverage ETFs. So this is one of them, 2x this quantum stock.
And by the way, thank you, Google. Quantum and quantum computing and AI, not the same thing. AI, a broad field of computer science focused on creating intelligent agents.
Carol?
While quantum computing is a specialized form of computing that leverages quantum mechanics to solve specific types of
Are you using the AI overview tool on
I might be.
Google to tell you the answer to this?
I might be.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
Checking my source, but I looked at it like a couple different explanations.
Yeah, it's like it has something to do with the way that the computer solves problems is different.
It's all getting super smart, isn't it?
Yes, essentially.
All right, where do you want to go next?
All right, Victoria's Secret. Those shares are higher.
No segue there.
Yeah, this is a company that I guess, we're all more familiar with than quantum computing. But the retailer is adopting a shareholder rights plan, otherwise known as a poison pill, to thwart BBRC International, which is an investor that has a 13% stake in the company. And Victoria's Secret said today that this company has a history of acquiring controlling interests in retailers. So they came up with this shareholder rights plan that if any investor acquires 15% of outstanding common stock, it'll trigger this plan, and then Victoria's Secret issues one right for each share. So at least judging by the market action today in the stock, the shareholders are happy with this, again, so-called poison pill. The stock is up right now, 2.5%.
Stock's down a lot, though, for the year. 43% to the downside.
I know. So I guess this investor is like, I want to get in there and change things.
I guess so,
but
right?
The shareholders and the company itself
Who shops there
are
anymore?
against that.
Do you shop there? Sorry, is that personal? Do you shop there?
I'm going to move on to Amherst Sports. This is a company that I'm more familiar with.
They have pajamas.
They do.
They make leggings.
They have socks.
Yeah.
It's the parent company of
Sweats.
Solomon and Wilson Sporting Goods as well. They make tennis rackets. This stock is surging.
That's right. So this company I shop at, they make Arc'teryx too, which is a very popular rain jacket brand, which is funny because it's supposed to be for people like scaling Mount Everest, but a lot of Wall Street bros.
See it a lot in New York City.
You see it a lot in Midtown Manhattan.
Scaling the subways there or
Yes,
something.
exactly.
Hey, the 59th Street stop at the Express, that is nothing to shake a stick at,
That's
okay?
a lot of steps.
That's a lot of steps.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, so fair enough.
They boosted their annual profit outlook.
There is an escalator.
Yes, which is a good thing for a company to do right now. We're seeing a lot of companies scale back guidance, but they said we're full speed ahead. And then they also beat on first quarter revenue. The commentary included one comment that the company expects the impact from higher tariffs to be negligible. So That's what you want to hear when you're an investor in this market, where so many companies are coming out and citing all of this uncertainty and volatility related to tariffs. Amer Sports said, it's negligible. We're going to figure it out.
Having a good year, up 31%.
Yeah. It was IPO not that long ago, too.
Right? It was recent.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Amer, right?
Amer?
Amer?
Oh.
What is it?
Arc'teryx, Solomon, Wilson, Peak Performance, Atomic, Armada.
And the stock
big
is
in
at
the
a
ski
record
industry.
high.
But how do you say it? Is it Amer?
Amer Sports.
Oh, Amer. Okay.
Amer.
Oh, I apologize.
No. I was questioning because
Amer.
I wasn't sure.
Based in Finland, of all places.
Look at that.
Sounds
Look at
like
that.
he may not shop at Victoria's Secret, but he obviously knows about Amer Sports.
I try to move away from things, Carol. You bring us right back.
Just count on me to do that. Emily, thank you as always. Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, some are more serious, some are funny. Check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, folks, if you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment, though. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're watching the markets near its lows. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Carol Master, along with Tim Stanovic, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio across our platforms. Having said that, we're looking at a market, an equity market that's kind of moved down over the last 60 minutes. So we're pretty much at our lows of the session, just taking another leg down here in the last few minutes. So we're down about 46 points on the S&P 500, down almost 0.8%. You've got the NASDAQ 100, a decline of 191 points. That is also down about 0.9. If you're interested in the Dow, why not? Let's take a look. Down about 265 points. Tim, that's good for a loss of about 0.6%.
Good news.
What?
We've got Eric Weiner here, who's going to explain exactly what's going on with the markets and why we saw a little bit of a downtrend in the last hour.
Yeah.
Also, this is pretty cool. We're talking battery technology on the program today. We got the CEO of Factorial Energy joining us. She's going to be joining us from Massachusetts. This is a super interesting company. You think about the huge battery companies that supply to the Teslas, the BMWs of the world. Like CATL yesterday, going public in Hong Kong earlier today, I should note. This company uses a different type of battery technology that they're really optimistic about.
Doing it and working on it for a while here.
A lot of people are working on this type of technology too. But it's like
absolutely
easy as going to the gas station to fill up your car with gas. That's how long it should take to charge your car, they argue.
Kind of love that. Kind of love that. In a big way. Kind of want that on my phone. Doesn't always work that way.
You got to get the more powerful charger. No, I'm serious.
Oh, seriously?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
My phone charges. I'll show you, Carol. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll show you.
Hey, we're also going to talk about a little bit more about Elon Musk, what we got from the Qatar Economic Forum, a Bloomberg event, produced event. Our own Max Chafkin is going to kind of draw out what he thought was really relevant and important in that conversation.
Also, it's today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, the possible cancer and health risks that are lurking in a popular over-the-counter drug. It's the most read, as I mentioned. Anna Edney joining us a little later.
Freaked out a lot of us, I think, as we were reading in this morning. All right, first up, guys, let's get a check on the trade on this Tuesday. For that, we toss things over to Charlie Teller.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, Carol, you hit on it just a couple of minutes ago. We have got another leg lower for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P 57 minutes to go until that closing bell. Clang, clang, clangs on Wall Street right now. We have got the S&P moving lower, trading down now. And again, it is the lows of the session. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Ship ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining today. Wall Street's rally taking a breather. Stocks are falling as traders await fresh catalysts after a 6-day run that put the S&P 500 up almost 20% from its April lows. S&P down 0.8%, down 48. Dow Industrials down 276, a drop there of just about 0.7%. NASDAQ down 177 right now, down 0.9%. The 10-year 4.47% with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is up 1.8% now, $32.88 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and she was interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance.
We're still calling this the space between the initial shock of the tariff headlines and the eventual impact to the real economic data, which we think is just going to take time. It takes time for these price increases to work their way through to the consumer. We heard that from Walmart.
Cam Dawson of New Edge, interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. After earnings, we got Home Depot down now by 1.2%. Rival Lowe's also lower, dropping now by 1.7%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. The market's exactly where I want to go right now. As Carol mentioned, near our session lows right now, the S&P 500 down about 0.9%. We've got with us Eric Weiner. He's Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Equities Americas. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric, when I was preparing our interview with you earlier today, I was planning to talk about what happened yesterday because it was a little bit of a wild day. We all thought that equities would fall and that bond yields would surge, and that happened in the early part of the day. Then the dip buyers appeared to come in. We could talk about that in a few minutes, but first I want to talk about the reversal, not a reversal, but sort of the leg lower that we saw in the last hour. What do we attribute this to?
Well, probably the best place to look would be Tesla's chart. If Musk has been out talking today, he's been talking more about his companies, and on a rival network, we'll say. Yeah. He said something to the effect of the future. He reiterated that the future is in robotaxis. And whereas robotaxis were seen as a positive for the company, that's kind of flipped because of the amount of sunk cost that goes into developing it. And then a lot of people have started asking the question about regulating all of this and ensuring all of this. And there are many, many, many pieces that go to creating a robotaxi environment. And we don't know if Tesla is going to be the company that does it and where those costs go. And
I mean, if you go to Washington, D.C., well, I won't say if you go to Washington, D.C. now, because I don't know if they're there yet, but I know they're on their way there. These are the Waymo cars. Carol had her mind blown last week, the week before.
I would have closed my eyes and like on the whole 20, 25-minute ride.
For months I've been saying, you got to try one of these things. I tried one in San Francisco in the fall. It was amazing.
Loved it. At night, I'm like, would I feel comfortable? I was kind of blown away by it. And I loved, it was clean, it was easy. No music if I didn't want it. Like,
but you were in a Jaguar that was powered by Google's technology,
I was.
not in a Tesla. That's the point.
That is
if
true.
I was in a Jaguar, I'd be happy. But
they are nice cars.
The flip side of that, we can all see the base case for it. You know, you're out late, you don't want to drive home, and your car just takes you there.
Yeah.
Or, you know, the city is, you know, has plenty of cabs, and you don't have to worry about anything. They come right over. The question is, our whole system is built on liability, right? So the whole idea of insuring something is being able to point the finger at who's to blame.
Right.
So if you're in the back seat, having had, you know, a couple too many drinks, and are just doing what you're supposed to do with what you bought the car for, and then it T-bones somebody else, who pays for that accident? Who's responsible?
It's such a basic question that I've never actually considered.
Well, and this is where somebody who's going to bet on that goes, because if that infrastructure is in place, then of course, you know, Waymo and all of these things become national. The idea of us having self-driving cars becomes completely, you know, reliable. But without that, we're still in a you got to drive your own car world, or you need to figure out who is going to be responsible. Did the company take that? How do we do the insurance for that? We have to re-regulate a whole bunch of things before that can become a national reality. And if you're one of the most important stocks in the market, and you're putting a bunch of money behind this, and there isn't that background there, the risk of that turning into a sunken cost is very real.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. It's funny because we do these gainers and decline, winners and losers, and Tesla was a gainer for me because it was up, more than 3% earlier in the session, and now I'm like, okay, I got to kind of yank this one because it's just pretty much sticking around unchanged, or it's even got into the red a little bit. But it's a really good point. I do think about it. It was interesting when I was in the Waymo, and there was at a point where a biker, kind of scooted alongside and then turned.
We prefer the term cyclist. Unless you're talking about a guy on a motorcycle, that would be a biker.
It was a cyclist,
Okay.
and I was watching how the car navigated, and I was even watching how the
It was
car,
impressive, wasn't it?
It was pretty impressive, and I was like, "Whoa, okay." Saw it, stayed around, around. Also saw it though, with yellow lights, kind of went through some yellow lights, and I was like, how did I feel about that? But it was, the ride was smooth. But you're right, there's so many questions, right? And if there's a lot more on the road, does that make the road more safer, or does it create more variables? I don't know.
Theoretically, when you talk to people who are involved in mass producing cars, that actually is safer because they're all going to travel at the same speed and they're going to keep the same gaps and everything
kind
like
of track
that.
together.
But technology is not perfect. It is not infallible. So and it's not if, it's when a circuit goes a little haywire,
right,
who catches the blame for that? And our society is very, very clear on blame. And so when you don't have that, you have something that's doing 60 miles an hour and can kill someone, it becomes a much dicier proposition.
Isn't it product liability?
Yeah. It is. It absolutely
it has
is.
to be.
And personal.
And look,
if you hurt somebody, good luck.
And look, we've seen this happen over the last couple of years as different companies have experimented. I mean, there's a company that doesn't even operate the way it used to operate because of issues that happened when it was testing these vehicles in San Francisco. And even on Reddit, the Waymo Reddit threads have examples of when the car hasn't not necessarily crashed or anything, but when something has gone wrong, there's examples of it just going around and around a roundabout, for example.
Yeah.
We've all glitched.
Well,
Come
it was
on.
interesting, even the pickup, was that kind of for work, a resort, and it was the guys even there said, the car may just kind of park somewhere. Because and we got to go find it,
Because it's not like a human. This is what, I talked to somebody who works in AI, and I was saying, I would love for this to come to New York. And he was like, the challenge with this happening in New York is there aren't very many legal, safe places for them to pull over and pick people up. And it's the truth. I mean, if you think about the way we pick up cabs and Ubers and Lyfts here, we're walking into the middle of the street and they're stopping.
It's all about individual.
I mean,
and you catch
it's
somebody's
intuitive,
eye,
but it's nuts.
Well, no, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. It's all about us interacting with the person who picks us up. And when you have cars that are just pulling in by themselves, you don't know how this is going to work. And that's really what it's about. If you're sinking your money, and this is a company that builds cars, you're sinking your money into something that you don't know how it's going to work, that gets dangerous.
So this is all about Tesla?
Well, I think the last hour has been about Tesla.
Okay. That's
If you
interesting
look at that chart, it's the one in the S&P that really
It's almost 2% of the S&P 500 in terms of
Yeah.
weighting. It's about a little bit more than, it's almost 3.2% of the NASDAQ 100, about 3.5% of the
If you
NASDAQ.
look at move on our system, you can see that basically the whole Mag 7 is in the red. Google got hammered earlier as well. So it's sort of a tech risk off, but the big turn was in Tesla, where it had gone down when Musk was talking to us. It went flying down, and then it came back up, and now it just dropped like a stone.
Okay.
Yeah, good point. I mean, look, 6 out of the 7 Mag 7 are in the red. Tesla shares were up earlier in the session. They're still up about half a percentage point, but a far cry from.
But they were up 3.
Yeah,
and that's
from
a
where they were.
big move on the S&P.
Hey, I want to go back in time a little bit and talk yesterday, which was actually the plan before we saw things move a little lower. What happened yesterday? Because we thought that because of this Moody's downgrade, we'd see this certain tone with the trade that didn't end up coming to fruition.
So, The bond market is hard to figure because that actually should have happened, and it did. I mean, yields, jumped, and stocks sort of responded. What we saw in the market was the highest retail buying that we've seen in, I think it was over a decade. Some absurdly strong amount of retail buying up until 12:30. So basically, as that market sold off, retail stepped in and bought every inch of it. So whereas we were positioning like you, we were thinking like you, okay, well, it's a down day and it's probably going to stay down. Instead, it turned into this, V-shaped recovery where all of a sudden it sort of gets this lift, and by the end of the day, we're in the green. But there is so little conviction in this market right now that everything's on a hair trigger. So Musk saying something about robo-taxis and suddenly everybody sells it off. There's just this sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop feel to everything. And then you have retail buying the dip. And the question is how much longer they can when the S&P is approaching 6,000. When you're at 59, and
that's wild.
And so you've come all the way back. How much more strength does retail have to keep this going? Because the institutional guys are on the sidelines and they cannot buy in at these levels, so they have to sit.
Why can't they buy in?
Well, because if you're timing this and you're questioning whether it's going to go higher, your risk is enormous buying in right now. You're much better off waiting for, say, yesterday's 1% drop. Buy that. You wait for some sort of announcement that is going to temporarily take the market down 2%. You buy there. But if you were looking at things a month ago and you were like, if we get up to 6,000, this is amazing, and then we do it. Well, now you buy in, and you're buying in at a level where it's really dicey whether you're going to go higher, and there's a strong chance you're going to go lower. So the entry point is not attractive to somebody who's actually building a portfolio. If you're just trading in and out during the day, doesn't really matter, and then it's what you see, and you're reacting to the way the charts look. But if you're actually putting positions on in your portfolio right now, stocks are pretty fully valued.
Right. It's like, okay, what's the next catalyst you can really trade on definitively? And I keep thinking about, okay, 90 days out in terms of tariffs, like that's ticking. We got to wait for that. I mean, there's a lot of issues that we have to wait for, right?
Yes.
Eric, to kind of understand, okay, so what's kind of the next backdrop for the longer term trend?
It's the economic data, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to have a jobs report coming up. We're going to be having, PCE, CPI, all that sort of stuff coming. I don't know that anybody is expecting a June rate cut from the Fed anymore.
Not, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're down to September, if at all. But it's really, it really feels like people are waiting. When I say people, I mean Wall Street pros are kind of waiting for the confirmation to come that the economy is weaker than the market is playing.
We've been hearing for weeks about this idea of empty shelves coming. That hasn't materialized.
Nope.
And the pause that we saw between the tension with the U.S. and China could perhaps be some sort of reprieve. But in the background, Eric, I can't help but think we're still in a trade war.
Yeah, well, and so we go back to COVID, and it's like we remember what that was like, and everybody says, oh, we don't want to go back to that. But if you look at like the 70s or like periods where there was very slow growth and high inflation, it does mean that certain things, there are shocks in certain things, but overall, it's just the economy doesn't move. And that's what people are fearing. It's not so much, I mean, obviously, walking into Target and just seeing empty shelves, well, that's a huge problem. But just, you're paying 10% more on everything. Nothing is on sale. Your meat is more expensive. Your groceries are more expensive. Everything you buy, everywhere you go, it's more expensive. And what happens then is people just retrench. It's like each individual decision happens and people go, okay, well, I'm going to pull back. And that hits earnings. And that's when it starts spreading. So
Right.
if you're a trader, you're looking at the clues that are going to get you to those earnings that are then going to send you lower.
Yeah, see, so, okay, off to the next earnings cycle. But I think about what Libby Cantrell of PIMCO said too, the same thing. Like tariffs, we're going to be in a higher tariff environment, and that's going to have an impact. Eric Weiner, thank you as always. Bloomberg News Senior Editor of Equities Americas. Coming up, we're talking batteries, folks. We're talking about EV batteries, a new one.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index now lower by 0.6% after a 6-day rally. Big tech stocks weighing heavily on trading as traders await fresh catalysts. S&P now lower by 38 points at 59.25. Again, a decline right now of 0.6%. The Dow down 214 points, a drop of 0.5%. Nasdaq down 132 for Nasdaq. The composite index down 0.7%. The Nasdaq 100 index also down 0.7%. The 10-year at 4.48%. The 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold is up 1.8%, $32.88 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 for a barrel of WTI. Elon Musk says he is committed to being the Tesla CEO in 5 years, and speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum 2025, he told our Michelle Hussein saying that he's seeing no problem with demand, while adding that Tesla lost sales on the left but gained sales on the right. He also condemned acts of violence committed against the automaker and the owners of Tesla vehicles.
I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do.
Tesla's Elon Musk interviewed on Bloomberg Radio from the World Economic Forum 2025. Tesla shares, they're gaining on a down day for the rest of the market. Tesla right now higher by about 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to talk about batteries because last night
You know,
CATL
if I had
jumped.
a nickel for every time you said you want to talk about batteries, I'd be a rich woman.
You would be.
Because you like batteries.
Batteries are in everything, and they're super important, especially when we think of the electrification of vehicles.
Super important. So what do you want to tell me?
Well, last night, CATL jumped in its Hong Kong trading debut. Last night, our time, I should say.
Correct.
Today,
Hong Kong time.
Hong Kong time.
Regular time.
This after the Chinese battery giant wrapped up the world's biggest listing this year, raised $4.6 billion. This despite being blacklisted by the Pentagon and grinding through geopolitical storms. CATL is the largest maker of EV batteries. It supplies batteries to Tesla, VW, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, and more. Our next guest, though, is working on a different type of battery. Siyu Wang is founder and CEO of Factorial Energy. This is a company that's working on solid-state batteries. She joins us from Massachusetts. Siyu, good to have you on the program today. I started out by doing some research when it came to different types of batteries, and I was just thinking to myself, no, I'm just going to have you answer the question for us. If we think about the batteries that are prominently featured in EVs right now, how are these different than the solid-state batteries that you are developing at Factorial?
A solid-state battery is like a traditional battery, but instead of using a liquid inside, it uses solid-state or a quasi-solid-state material. And this makes the battery safer, longer lasting, and more powerful because it can store more energy and is less likely to leak or catch on fire. It's also more efficient and safer for everything from your cell phones to electric cars. Plus, our unique dry coating process makes manufacturing cleaner and more cost effective.
So why is it so difficult to make an EV battery a solid-state battery?
Well, there are different part of the challenges coming to play. The biggest challenge is scale up. I mean, that has been that's valid for a lot of battery companies, from the first minimal viable product to the manufacturable with a really good quality and cost-effective product. And on top of that is really the supply chain challenges. I think that's definitely a very central to all the battery players in the world. And last but not least, I think it's really coming down to the execution, right? From a startup to a giant supply chain player in a value chain for the batteries, really the big difference. So I think that's really coming down to the execution and also the conviction from the leadership team.
Wait, so help me understand. So in terms of scaling up, what's the biggest impediment? Is it resources, financial resources, materials? I'm trying to understand, because you guys have been working on this for a while, and I understand there's development and all of that takes some time, but tell us what's kind of the biggest point or factor that's holding you guys back at this point.
Yeah, I would say there are probably mostly 3 areas, but I think the biggest hurdle when comes from a technology to a real product is really to scale up the battery itself. You know, traditionally we have batteries like with our cell phone size batteries, when a lot of smaller started to developing, even as small as your watch battery, like a coin cell battery. And it's a big hurdle to scale from like small cell phone batteries to like a big automotive size battery. Actually, I brought up a prototype that to the audience today, that this is actually the 100 amp hour battery we just launched in 2023, and actually we brought it into the B sample earlier last year as well. So this is actually an automotive size battery, and it's a huge from a cell phone size battery to automotive size battery. It's a lot of work to put into like manufacturing, design a battery, and also even to keep the quality and cost on track. So I think that's really the top biggest challenge for making a battery, alongside with also other costs and the quality checking.
The battery that you're holding right now, that would be a battery that would go into an electric vehicle?
Yeah, so actually we launched with Mercedes together earlier this year, the first solid-state battery vehicle with a global OEM, and we're putting the lithium metal solid-state battery that we produced, and we are able to power the vehicle of EQS. And with our battery, which is bringing higher energy, and it's a denser energy, so it gives you a less volume and also a lighter, smaller battery. It actually delivers a longer range and also be able to be more cost efficient in the long run. So this is what we have delivered with Mercedes earlier this year in the EQS. And it's powering the vehicle, and it was running on the street of Stuttgart.
So just for those who are listening on radio, CU has been holding up. We all know our car, what our cell phone looks like in the small batteries, but this one looked like it was about 1.5 feet long, maybe 4 inches wide. It was very light. Was that the actual battery? Batteries are heavy. Was that actually the weight of an actual car battery, a solid state car battery?
Yes, that could be much lighter compared with the traditional lithium-ion batteries.
Right.
We're using a lithium metal in the anode, which is the lightest metal on Earth, and also has a lightest weight as the anode material, has the highest capacity as the anode material. So it does give you much higher energy density from the volumetric energy density to the gravimetric density perspective. So we're able to enable about 50 to 80% higher energy density compared with traditional batteries. And this means with the same size of battery, you can potentially give you like 20, 30, or even 50, 80% longer range, depends on the integration efficiency.
Right.
And the same energy battery, you potentially can have like 20 to 30% lighter weight and potentially lower weight and lower volume, as well as a less expensive vehicle compared to what you have today.
So kind of win-win here, right? Lighter weight can go further. Hey, one thing, and this is actually coming from the New York Times, which is also written about what you guys are up to. It says that these types of battery cells that are more prone to grow spiky irregularities that cause short circuits. Fast Rich is a weight-ending company that can overcome this problem and develop a battery that is durable, safe, and reasonably easy to manufacture. But these spiky irregularities that cause short circuits, is that still an issue, a problem that needs to be overcome?
It is a fundamental physics issue when it comes to battery. When it's cycling and it's performing, it does tend to grow these little dendrites over the lifetime of the battery. So the difference between a solid state versus a liquid battery is that we're able to use the solid state material as well as electrolyte to suppress the dendrite growth. So that's little spiky lithium metal or the various materials will be able to be suppressed when it's being grown within the battery system. So it's much lower risk of this short, and also even when it happens, it's much less hazard compared to the liquid battery, because the liquid system is much more volatile when there's a thermal event.
What about when it comes to charging and the ease and quickness of charging? Range anxiety gives people, anxiety. What about charging?
Yes, I know there has been a lot of buzz, like big buzz around the charging space. I would say for the solid state battery, the charging speed is very good. Right now for our first generation quasi solid state battery, we're able to deliver about 18-minute fast charging from like 10 to 90%. And we can do potentially 15 from like 20 to 80%. So that's very much in line with where the lithium-ion battery does. But one thing to remember is that we do deliver higher energy density, which means it's a longer driving range, even as the same size of battery pack. So with the same minutes of charging, even with the same state of charge, you'll be able to deliver longer range per charge. So it's less about like how many minutes you can fill up the battery, it's about how many miles you can drive per charge.
So when you guys manufacture these batteries, what percentage are without fault? In other words, they work?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Like people in the industry usually call it yield, which is a very important characteristic to evaluate how much scrap and how much faulty batteries is coming out of the line. So typically for a gigafactory, which is a huge battery factories, you spend like $2-3 billion into this, and that's a state of art is about 95% or higher compared with traditional like smaller size of the manufacturing presence. And with the pilot line, which is usually about 200, 300 megawatt hour line, and if you can get to 70 to 80% yield, is already state of art in the industry. So our line, which is a prototyping line right now, is already over 85% yield from our current production line.
What about when it comes to competition? As Carol and I mentioned, there are a lot of companies working on this technology. How do you differentiate yourself from what is out there, what's being worked on by competitors right now, including CATL?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it's a great thing that solid state has been perceived as the next generation to-go product for batteries. I mean, that's unprecedented. And industry, even among all the top 10 players in the automotive industry, have all seen that this is coming up and it's going to be the immediate next step from the lithium-ion battery. And the challenge for that is like there's a lot of competition around this, including CATL, as you said.
Yeah.
So our biggest advantage for our battery, first of all, compared with other solid-state players, is that we have been leading the industry with the first. So we were the first one to scale it up to from a small cell to 100 amp hour solid-state battery.
Yeah.
And we were the first one past the UN test, which is a very important standard test for shipment with the lithium metal battery. And we were the first one deliver the B sample to a global automotive OEM, which is Mercedes. And we were also the first one announced the demo fleet, and with the Stellantis, that's the first fleet being announced by any solid-state player.
Got it. Hey, listen, can I just, we're running out of time, 15 seconds. What does this thing cost? Is it more expensive than other batteries? And just really quickly, 10 seconds.
It is very cost competitive at the cell level. And we're believing that it's actually lower cost for the vehicle because it's lighter and safer.
Interesting stuff. Hey, stay in touch and let us know how things are going. Siyu Huang, she's founder and CEO of Factorial Energy, a company that's working on those solid-state batteries. She's joining us from Massachusetts on this Tuesday.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 20 minutes to go until the closing bell. Yes, a down day, but a big bounce off the bottom. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right, U.S. stocks with a late day fade, but a bounce off the lows. The Dow paring losses to 155 points. S&Ps are still down 29, and the NASDAQ is off by 0.5%. The U.S. 10 yield is at 4.48%. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only utilities, healthcare, and consumer staples were in the green. Tech and telecom were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and Boeing, while American Express led to the downside. After earnings, Home Depot fell 1%. And in other news, Warby Parker spiked 17% intraday. The company is partnering with Google. And wrapping things up, Palo Alto Networks reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type Squawk S, QUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just about 18 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday. We've mentioned how during the 2 o'clock hour, Wall Street time, we did see a leg down in terms of equities going near our lows of the session. We've bounced back, not completely, but definitely off our lows. But as you heard from Bill and both Charlie, still down about 0.5% in the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100, Tim, still down also about 0.5%.
I want to bring in Jennifer Grancio. She's head of ETFs and global head of ETFs at TCW. She was also former CEO of the impact investment firm Engine Number One. Remember, they took on Exxon back in 2021 and scored a major victory by winning 3 seats on the board. She's back in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, usually in LA, spends a lot of time on the road. We are happy to see you here in New York. How are you?
I'm great.
Well, it's good to have you with us. Carol and I were talking a little earlier about sort of the strangeness of the market since, quote unquote, I guess the April 8th post so-called Liberation Day low. What do you make of what's happened over the last 6 weeks or so? Because we are pretty close to all-time highs on the S&P 500.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think everybody wrestles with the same question. From an equity perspective, we actually at TCW are doing concentrated fundamental portfolios. So we're looking for opportunities, high quality management teams, quality revenue, growth through trends like how we use energy and electricity and supply chain reshoring. So we like the names we have in the portfolios. We think it's a good time for people to be investing. At the same time, we're a big bond investor. And so when we are managing the core bond products, one of the ETFs there that's done very well is Flexer. And when we're managing that, we're a value investor. So we took advantage of the volatility in credit spreads in particular, drove a lot of alpha for clients looking back a couple of weeks. But in the bond fund, we're still being cautionary. We want to be positioned so if the economy does slow, we're doing the right thing for investors.
What kind of visibility do you feel right now that you have on the outlook?
I think it's uncertain.
Yeah.
And we just don't know. And we have data. We have this debate internally within TCW all the time on to what extent is it slowing? How many rate cuts will there be this year? We don't have the answer. But in the bond part of the portfolio, we think people should be positioned with an active manager so that we're managing that for them as things unwind.
I think one thing that we've been thinking a lot about is really and we'll talk about some of these ETFs in just a second, but from a big picture perspective, and Eric Weiner from our equities team was just in here talking about how professionals that we've reported on are still kind of thinking about this other shoe that's going to drop. There's just around the corner, there could be some sort of big risk, whether it's trade related, whether it's related to the economy. What do you see as the risks out there right now?
I think from a tariff perspective, it's come back a lot, but tariffs that are in the low double digits rather. I mean, that's still a big tax on the consumer. So we're watching that. It's better. They're lower. They're a little bit more reasonable, but we don't know how much of an impact that will have on the consumer. So that's probably the main thing we're watching. And, and we're looking at everything. We look at employment data. We look at the earnings calls to see what consumer companies are thinking.
That's funny because I thought, I mean, when we were talking to Eric earlier, it was like, yeah, we were waiting for the companies reporting earnings for the most recent quarter to talk about the impact. And certainly a lot of them did, but we didn't necessarily see the equity market reaction that I think people thought they would. Like, the concern is, okay, maybe it's happening now rather than in the last quarter.
Well, it does feel like if we're going to see things like the tariff impact, it's not necessarily showing up in the statistics, right? And as you said, Tim, like in the earnings reports, that's maybe a second half thing, and we've got to kind of wait and see for that.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why we think we have to be careful from a portfolio positioning perspective.
Jennifer, I want to ask you, I know I probably do this before, but I'm always curious about flows, where you see investors moving in and out of at this point, because obviously it's been an interesting, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and I'm just curious how much movement was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a wealth and retail level, what we've seen is a lot of money rebalancing back towards equities. So people certainly moved right back into equities.
They really did.
So we've seen that
completely. The money that came out.
They've taken money out of cash and other things and put it back in equity. And then in our shop, a lot of what we do are these thematic or complementary equity strategies, and so some of them have done very well. I mean, they've done great from a performance perspective in terms of beating the S&P, but from a flows perspective, we've seen money come into high-quality company defensive growth, GROW is the ETF there, as well as into Powered, which is the energy system transition product.
I mean, that has been such a dominant theme. I mean, I was asking before we got going, Tim, if you were at Milken, and I mean, that was one of, despite all the uncertainty and tariff conversations, one of the things that seemed to be again, beating the drum was that of the AI play and the energy that's going to be needed. That build out was still happening. And is that what you're talking about?
For sure.
Yeah.
And so from an investment perspective, the way that we're managing products that people can come into, we have an AI product we have for a very long time, as well as the Powered ETF strategy, which are a way to get access to that theme, but we think don't do it in a way that is too narrow. In both trends, how companies use AI, how companies get power and use electricity, we're very early innings on these mega trends.
Can I just say, Powered is up almost 20% over the past month, up about 11% year to date.
Jennifer, how would you characterize the flows that you've seen in the last 6 weeks or so? Would they be more defensive or more oriented toward growth in your view?
It's somewhere in between.
You're
is
seeing
the real
both.
answer. We're seeing both, and then on the fixed income side of the business, so with Flexer, which is total return bond fund, but also has a very strong income target, it's yielding around 6%. We've seen very strong flows there. So from a portfolio perspective, it certainly doesn't feel like people are doing one thing or the other. They're just topping up positions.
How's it yielding 6%?
From an SEC yield perspective, we have a target, and we're managing for income while we're doing total return at the same time.
Okay.
And so I think that's what sort of rocketed that particular fund up to the top of the category.
Yeah, this has nearly tripled since it was converted back in June.
Exactly.
You know, we introduced you and we said, you know, former CEO of Engine Number One, you did take on Exxon, major victory, 3 seats on the board. We're now looking at an administration that seems to be rolling back perhaps on energy things, although there was a positive for wind farms today based on Trump administration initiatives. How do you think about that? I don't know whether I should say ESG, but the alternative energy space, the kind of transitioning that we were seeing pretty aggressively. How do you think about that? Does that continue in terms of the move away maybe from fossil fuel companies, or do you think maybe this is another pivotal change that we kind of roll back a little bit?
Yeah, I think we have such a demand for energy. I think that we're going to continue to need both. So prudent, more efficient fossil fuel, but some of the companies we hold in the Powered portfolio, for example, like Vistra, it's natural gas and other sources of non-intermittent power. Data centers need those, and then the more effective we can get with wind and solar, people are still investing there. So I think it's a massive trend, and we need so much energy. We'll see balanced growth across the brown and the green parts of the industry.
Where does the environment come into all of this? Just 30 seconds. Like, is there like a concern among companies? Like, I don't know, if you guys are talking with investors, do they care about it? Do CEOs, leaders, and forgive me, just got about 20, 25 seconds.
Yeah, I think from an environmental perspective, I think both asset owners like public pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, as well as CEOs of companies, care about these issues. But we're having a conversation that's based on financial metrics and long-term outcomes.
Okay, so that plays into it in a big way. So good to have you in studio. So good to see you. Be well, be well. Jennifer Grencio, head of ETFs and global head of ETFs over at TCW, right here in New York.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, coming up on 7 minutes until we wrap up this trading day on this Tuesday, May 20th. Stocks have been bouncing around. We're definitely off our lows of this session, definitely off our highs of this session. Down across the board, we've seen a little bit more of a risk-on trade once again. Still just down about 26 points on the S&P 500, so just a little bit lower here. NASDAQ 100 just down, shy of 100 points. So again, a little bit of a negative tone, just pulling up on the S&P 500. And we're looking at most names to the downside, 352 names lower in the S&P 500, 152 to the downside, upside, excuse me. So again, more of a risk-off trade. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and count you down to the close on this Tuesday. A little bit of earnings, too, after the closing bell that we'll be breaking down as well. What's on your radar?
Oh, interesting way to ask that.
It's a radar thing?
Yeah, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA, will release a plan today to reduce flights at Newark Airport after systems outages and a staffing crunch pushed the agency to slow traffic over the last several weeks.
I mean, okay, finally getting there. Yeah, the plan may include a maximum of 28 arrivals per hour at Newark through June 15th. 34 planes per hour outside of that construction period until October 25th. FAA is also taking steps to update systems over at Newark, including upgrading infrastructure and boosting staffing to address the issues. Yeah, it's unclear too, though, if this forthcoming plan will be a final decision by the FAA.
This is a big deal.
Previously said it would finalize
the issues at Newark Airport are a really big deal.
At the airport no sooner than May 28th.
And I'm not just saying that because we live in the New York City area. I'm saying that any airport that has an issue that's a hub for one of the 3 major U.S. airlines,
it's a big deal.
Creates this like domino effect around the country. We've seen that play out.
Not an expert, but my husband used to fly a plane and used to go coming in and out of some of the big airports. This is years ago, but he constantly looks at like the flight and the planes that are up in the air, and he's like, look at how crowded it is in the New York metro area.
He's my kindred spirit.
He is, I know. He's just like, he is. And
everybody gives me a hard time about looking up the planes in the sky,
but he's also like, look at how congested it is. Like, I think there is a point where maybe, his argument is, I mean, again, he's just a smart dude, but that's, but I'm just saying, like, there's a point that maybe we have too many flights in the air. Like, maybe there is something bigger
going on.
What's the solution, though? Well, maybe you have to cut back on the flights. Maybe people have to adjust to a smaller or pared down schedule.
Okay, so the FAA on Friday, after they met for 3 days with airlines, proposed a maximum of 28 arrivals per hour at Newark through June 15th. That's when daily construction at one of the airport's runways will end. That rate would also apply to Saturdays through the end of the year. Outside of that construction period, 34 planes would be allowed to land each hour until October 25th. So that's more than a plane every other minute. 34 planes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is going to impact. We fly in and out. I fly in and out of Newark all the time because it's really.
We used to. Now we're switching everything.
How did we get here, though? Like, FAA has previously announced steps it's taking to update the systems at Newark. This includes upgrading old copper wire infrastructure with fiber optic technology. Fiber optics. Oh, that's a new thing, right?
No, not new.
Not so new. Like, why is it taking so long? Also plans to boost staffing. We've talked about this. Bloomberg has done a great story about air traffic controllers and how most of them that go to school, right, don't actually get through and graduate to become air traffic controllers. It's a tough program.
Well, hundreds of flights have been canceled or delayed at Newark following an April 28th radio and radar outage at a facility in Philly that guides planes to and from the hub. The incident and a similar episode earlier this month left ATC, air traffic controllers, unable to communicate with or see aircraft flying in the congested airspace for about 90 seconds.
Is this just because of construction or this is because of the problems?
No.
Because they keep talking about this construction. Like, is that to fix stuff? Or is that something else?
They're doing runway construction. So it says that
that's separate. That's not like
that's separate. No, this is not related to. But they're always doing construction at these things. Like, you go to any major airport, they have to update things all the time. These things get a lot of use.
Houston, Newark.
Newark, we have a problem.
We have a problem. Just going to say that. All right, folks, just got about 2.5 minutes to go until we count you down to the close, bring you to the close on this Tuesday. Heading over to our TV colleagues. That's because the closing bell starts right now.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through that closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Radio, and our partnership with YouTube. Another sort of middling day in the markets, Carol Massar, but this time, unlike yesterday, firmly to the downside.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, bouncing around here. We were talking with our Eric Weiner here at Bloomberg News, who covers the markets, and he said some of that downturn that we saw in the 2 o'clock hour had to do with some of the comments that Elon Musk said on a competing network about robo-taxis and kind of prioritizing that. That's an expensive cost. There's a lot of questions to be figured out by that. So his take was that maybe there was some nervousness in the market. Keep in mind, you know, Tesla's about 2% of the S&P 500 and more than 3% of the NASDAQ 100. So pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the session, Tesla was higher by as much as 3.8%.
Almost 4%.
Yeah, so that was pretty big. Yeah. Then it moved lower. Now it's, you know, just about half a percentage higher. But 6 of the 7 other Mag 7 stocks are actually lower right now. NVIDIA and Apple dragging the index down.
You know, when you take a step back, there's no real significant economic data, at least so far this week, right? We had leading index yesterday. We had the Philly services today. So we have a momentum-driven market for the most part. In equities, it basically means recovering from that post-April 2nd drop, and then you have a weaker dollar, and of course you have higher yields. But the actual levels day in and day out, you're just kind of tweaking around the margins.
Yeah, good point. We're also headed into a 3-day holiday weekend here in the United States here, so that's going to have a big effect as well. We are expected to get some earnings after the bell tonight, including from Toll Brothers and Palo Alto Networks as we get the closing bells here in New York. Right across the screen for most of the major indices, the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 100 points or 0.3%. The S&P down 23 or 0.4%, while the NASDAQ falling by a similar percentage amount. And your bright spot on the day, that's going to belong to the Russell 2000. Outperformance up 1 point or less than 0.1%.
All right, so a little bit of outperformance there. Hey, looking at the S&P 500, going back to the big caps, folks, most names in the index lower in today's session, 328 to the downside. Scarlett, 173 actually gaining some ground here.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. A lot of red on that screen, and the worst decliners on the day are energy stocks, down by about 1%. That was the same case as yesterday, and in fact, energy is down about 3% so far this year. Communication services, consumer discretionary, also lower by at least 0.5%. On the upside, there are 3 slivers of green pies slices. You have utilities, healthcare, and consumer staples, so pretty defensive sectors there.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. A lot of red there, but Moderna, definitely one of the outperformers at its highs, up almost 15% in today's session, finishing the day with a gain of about 6% here. It's had like a 2-day gain of about, I want to say about 10-12% here. Up today, along with shares of other vaccine makers, including Novavax, after the FDA outlined an approach on the path forward for COVID shots that is viewed as better than expected. U.S. regulators, they will no longer approve COVID booster shots for healthy adults, nor for children without new studies, adding a costly requirement for drug makers, though they will still be available for millions of high-risk Americans. So the point is the agency's willingness to continue making the shots available for high-risk people with a wide range of health conditions was kind of a relief to the industries. They feared a kind of a bigger wave of restrictions from the Trump administration, so we didn't get that. Hey,
a restriction on COVID shots?
Well, yeah, meaning, yeah, that or basically saying maybe people didn't have to get these, vaccines.
Okay. But if you want to get them, you can do that, right?
I guess you can do
this
that.
is still America, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I guess so.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
I guess so.
Will insurance cover it? That's a question.
That's a good point, right? When there's mandates and so on.
Yeah.
Magnite is another company that was definitely an outperformer. It was up.
Am I allowed to buy this or not?
Calgary.
Wow, that was a sigh.
It's up about 11% at its highs, up about 5% here at the close. It's something kind of different, guys. I just threw it out there because I knew Romaine would love it. It's about a $2.3 billion market cap advertising company, and Amazon Publisher Services announced a deeper streaming TV collaboration with the company. So that really saw some move to the upside. And Amer Sports, thank you, Tim, for saying, Carol, you got to do this.
Yes.
Stock up about...
It's a big deal. I'm surprised you didn't leave with this.
But then what would you complain about? All right. Up about 19% in today's session.
Well played, Carol.
Company boosted its adjusted profit forecast for the full year and reported first quarter results that topped expectations.
All right, I hate to interrupt you again, Carol, but the President of the United States is now in the Oval Office with the Secretary of Defense. Let's listen in.
And Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations, General Mike Gutlein. I also want to recognize Senators Dan Sullivan, Kevin Cramer, and Jim Banks, fantastic senators, great talents, great political talents, and people that love our country. In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. A very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped or really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're #1 in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. And the press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way. But you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had. And I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip. And now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there. So this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in, and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Sure. Well,
Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept.
We're listening to Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, live from the Oval Office with President Trump.
It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. It's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force, and here we are when others said we didn't need it. Here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Gutlein leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it. We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
Mr. President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland. As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, building submarines that can sneak up on our shores, and worse yet, building space weapons. It is time that we change that equation and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and to afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also very
That was Michael Gutlein, General Michael Gutlein, Vice Chief of Space Operations for the United States Space Force.
Is really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you too, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see, that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, some great presidents and great people. And many of these, because people were asking about them, many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs, where we have some great. So it's very exciting. The place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much
better. A little bit different, it's slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words, Jim.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it. Right. The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
You're going to be a big factor.
That's Congressman Jim Banks of Indiana, who just spoke from the Oval Office.
That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. You missed that. This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called it. I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee and said, you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets and that contribute to that and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this opportunity. And by the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodline's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
Yeah,
That's
for
great.
sure.
Dan Sullivan.
That was Kevin Kramer, the senator from North Dakota.
Continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense you articulated then during your first term, and now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. You know, the Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. In what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on our, I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorization. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And, you know, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems and track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great. Any questions?
And Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States
Somebody said the
isn't
current
already
system is
in
adequate.
before?
There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. Now, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, we love the idea, sir. It's the way it's got to be, right? But they want it, and they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding, so pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, you know, fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate him. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have an Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think one half of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe with this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years, and we'll have a big phase-in very early. You know, we're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years. Yeah.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress quickly?
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody we have to speak to. Everybody's in, I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here. Right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah, so I think people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the secondly, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination. That's going to be nobody else's determination. We'll see how Russia behaves. We see what's going to happen. You know, we have a pretty critical time right now. I had a talk yesterday for 2.5 hours with President Putin, as you know. I also spoke to all of the European, or to many of them, leaders, but they were representing the whole. And I think we had very good conversations yesterday. Please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What companies have asked to be involved in building this system, and have you decided on who will be building it?
Yeah, I think I'll let you answer that. You can mention some of yours from Alaska's involved, and Alaska's a big part of it because locationally they're sort of perfect. I think that's your first line of defense in certain instances, and Kevin will tell you that his state's involved. But honestly, Georgia's going to be very big. Florida's going to be very big. They're all going to be very big. Jim, do you want to talk about Indiana?
Yeah, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I live, we make all the space satellites at L3 Harris. Across the board, we're the top manufacturing state in the country. By the way, the tariffs have been very good for auto manufacturing in Indiana.
So good.
But this is going to be really good for the defense industry in my state. And there's so much money involved here. There are going to be a lot of American companies involved in making the Golden Dome
You
possible.
might also say, you're talking about the tariffs, he has some of the biggest auto plants in the world moving into Indiana, only for one reason, maybe two reasons, November 5th and the tariffs, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the tariffs have driven tremendous business into this country. But you have one of the biggest in the world being built.
The Honda Civics,
right?
The new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM has added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. You go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world, nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made, the respect that is paid to our country. We've went from being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost that I don't think, you said it, Mr. President, is unimaginable in terms of how much lower the cost is. So it's all across the board in terms of companies. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch of them last week that are interested in this. And you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world. and they're going to be a key part of this, and I think that's why it makes it so exciting.
Mr. President, I think one of the things that's, and you alluded to this, the new autonomous space age defense ecosystem is more about Silicon Valley than it is about big metal, right? And so what's exciting about this is it makes it available to everybody to participate, to compete. Big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, but General Gutlein is the perfect person, again, to sort all that out because he understands how it has to work together ultimately.
And Pete, maybe we'll close with you. We have been discussing this for a long time. Pete and I used to discuss it when I was going to go on a show that he did very well and had tremendous ratings, but all he wanted to talk about was the military. He didn't want to talk about anything else. We used to talk about this. How about you closing it out?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, without your vision, willing to say and do things when other people wanted to look away and pretend like the threat didn't exist, or be focused on foreign adventurism, some other threat that we've been told is affecting us. When you looked at the data, sir, from Russia to the Communist Chinese and their capabilities, what they're trying to do to supersede us and threaten us, how do we find the best innovators, the best military leaders, the best companies, tech companies? You mentioned open architecture. That's exactly right. So multiple companies can pour into this, sir. It's a layered defense. So if you miss at one, you catch at the next. And it integrates existing technologies that can speak to each other. So it moves quickly while also investing in further ranging space-based interceptors. So our enemies, our adversaries are going to pay a lot of attention to this, just like they have to President Trump from day one. So you're defending the homeland, defending the American people. It's going to benefit my kids, grandkids, all of ours in this room. So thank you for your leadership. We're going to charge ahead as fast as we can.
Very good. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Elon Musk be a part of this, Mr. President? Thank you, Press.
No cuts. No cuts to Medicaid.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
No cuts to Medicaid.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. You heard the president wrapping up there. I don't know what that last question was.
I think he said no cuts to Medicaid is, I think, what he said.
Well said.
I don't know
Well
what
heard.
the question was.
Okay. Yeah.
But the question I heard was, is Elon Musk going to be involved in this? And his answer was no cuts to Medicaid.
No cuts to Medicaid.
Yeah.
That's what you think you heard? Is that what you,
I think
okay.
that. Did you guys hear that too in the control room?
Okay. So the question
So
was,
maybe we were picking up a different question near a different
Oh,
microphone than the
okay.
president heard.
yeah, kind of interesting, like a bunch of questions at the end. Hey, listen, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, if you're just joining us, we do want to remind you that, of course, the market has now been closed for 25 minutes, and we did finish with the major equity averages off their highs and lows of the day, but still down about 23 points on the S&P 500, down, Tim, 0.4 of a percentage point. Similar decline, almost down 4% on the NASDAQ 100, decline of about 80 points, so some bouncing around here. Yeah, that was kind of the trade. A little bit of a risk-off trade.
Risk-off trade. We also heard from the president right when the markets closed. The big news is about the Golden Dome. The president says that it will be operational in 3 years. He vowed that a Golden Dome missile defense shield would be fully operational by the end of his term. He said it would be able to protect the U.S. from threats including ballistic missiles, hypersonics, and advanced cruise missiles. Here's what he said, quote, "We will truly be completing the job President Reagan started 40 years ago." This is from the Oval Office, and it referenced Ronald Reagan's unfulfilled quest for a space-based missile defense system that was widely known in the 1980s as Star Wars.
Gotta say, it was something I actually remember as a kid, that big announcement by Reagan. And it was, you know, to be kind of this massive spending program, but to build kind of a, you know, Star Wars like defense system in the sky.
That was during the Cold War.
It was during
at
the Cold
height
War.
Of
Yep.
tension. I wouldn't say the height of tension, but during a time of very much
pretty
tension.
tense.
It was in the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was pretty tense, right?
All right. I know someone who knows about this better than we do. Bloomberg National Security Team Leader Nick Wadham sitting by in D.C. I don't know, Nick. We get so much out of the White House. I'm curious about this plan. What struck you in terms of the president's announcement, sitting there, of course, and talking about it with the defense secretary as well, Pete Hegseth?
Well, the big thing is that the president has essentially set a timeline. I mean, he said this would be operational by the time he leaves office, so in about 3 years. But the technology at the heart of this system, the idea of space-based interceptors, is still totally unproven. So, the U.S. is capable of intercepting some ground-launched missiles and does have some ability to knock down incoming threats. But the threats that he really listed and the idea that they have of developing this network of interceptors in space to be able to neutralize threats before they even threaten the United States is completely unproven and a massive gamble. The other element of it, he said that the system would cost $175 billion overall, but the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that it's going to cost about $542 billion over 20 years to develop and launch the interceptors. So, no surprise that the president would have a lower cost and a truncated timeline, but that's out of whack with what experts at even the Congressional Budget Office say are realistic.
Okay, that's a good point, Nick. I'm also wondering, too, about the risk, or the threats, rather, that this protects the United States from. As Carol and I were talking about, the Star Wars program was during the Reagan administration. That obviously did not end up happening, but it was at a time when the U.S. and the Soviet Union were locked in the Cold War. I'm just wondering about the threats that the U.S. faces right now. And look, nobody can see the threats in the future, but what is out there that he's so concerned about?
Well, I mean, certainly the threats of intercontinental ballistic missiles have not gone away. I mean, Russia retains its arsenal, and another concern is North Korea. But, there is a sort of wing of experts who argue that actually by creating this system, the administration might in some ways actually spur even greater threats, that it would essentially provoke an arms race or a new arms race, like we haven't seen since the Cold War. But, then there's China as well. So there are plenty of countries that retain these capabilities. And the question is whether putting or trying to put a system like this in place will only lead them to advance those capabilities or make it so that they can't be intercepted. So there are all sorts of sort of practical questions around this system, but also strategic ones as well, that you may actually be spurring innovation by your adversaries.
Nick, why is he doing this? Why is he doing this now?
Well, I think, this was the executive order he signed, on January 27th. So a couple days into his second administration. It's a big project. It's a splashy project. It's a little bit like sort of, declaring you're going to put a man on the moon. I mean, that's the sort of level of technological achievement that is going to be required here. And it's also something, I mean, he hasn't explicitly said this is why, but it's something that is going to be a huge boon to defense contractors, amid all the talks about cutting waste and efficiency in the government and looking to both increase the defense budget, but also cut back on wasteful programs. I mean, this is going to be a mega program with, unlimited spending. I mean, it's sort of extraordinary. Even as this has just started to only get off the ground, you're already seeing companies from all over the U.S. saying, hey, we have an idea, we have an idea, we have an idea. And it's like, it's just seen as this essentially, cash-a-palooza, where they could just get tons of funding to be able to work on these systems and try to pursue technology that, like I said, doesn't exist yet.
All right, so 3 years from now, we'll see what happens. Nick, I am curious, you understand this stuff. What do you think is going to get done first? The dome or the retrofit on the plane that may come from Qatar?
Well, I mean, it's a great question, because in some ways it shows you how truncated that timeline is. I mean, the conversation around the plane from Qatar, they're saying they're not even going to be able to get that plane retrofitted to be able to go into service before Trump leaves office in 2028. So, you have one plane that's the timeline is already, they're saying it's going to be, it's unrealistic to have that done. And then you have a whole space-based interceptor system whose technology doesn't even exist, much less contracted, much less deployed. 3 years is an awfully short time frame for that.
Yeah. Interesting times. Hey, Thank you so much. We know a lot coming at you as always, but Nick Wadhams is a voice we always want to check in with. He's Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader joining us from our bureau in D.C. Nick, thank you so much.
A voice we always want to hear from, too, is Charlie Pellet. He's standing by with an update on everything happening at the close and also after hours. Hey there, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ended today's trading in the red, with the S&P down 23, a drop today of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 114, down 0.3%, and NASDAQ down 72, a drop there of just about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.48%, with a 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $60 the ounce, up 1.9%, $32.90, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.56 for a barrel of WTI. So stocks lower today as traders await fresh catalysts after a 6-day run that put the index up almost 20% from its April lows. Amazon Zoox is expanding testing of its autonomous driving technology to Atlanta, moving in on a market where Alphabet's Waymo is expanding with Uber Technologies. Amazon shares today declined by just about 1%. So again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, Elon Musk giving a wide-ranging interview earlier today with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum. Some news. Musk said he's committed to still leading Tesla 5 years from now and expects to pare back his political spending, assuaging some investors' concerns about the future of his most valuable company. He also addressed the attacks on the Tesla brand and the actual cars, too. Here's part of the conversation with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
That was Elon Musk talking about pulling back on political spending with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum. We've got Max Chafkin with us. He's the co-host of the new Bloomberg podcast, Everybody's Business. He's also the co-host of the not-so-new podcast, but still pretty great podcast. It's called Elon Inc., and a reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. When he's not doing the podcast or reporting, he joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I'm glad that's what we played, because that's getting a lot of attention right now.
Yeah.
And I heard that, and I went back to Elon's Twitter from March of 2024, and that's when he posted on X, this is over a year ago, "I will not contribute to either political candidate." And we all saw what happened a few months later. My point is, he says stuff and doesn't necessarily commit to it.
Yeah, and even here, he's building himself an out, right? He's saying less money, which you'd kind of expect anyway, right? Midterms are not as expensive as presidential years, so like it would be very surprising if he dropped another $300 million, which is roughly what he spent in 2024 and 2026. And he's also saying, you know, I don't see a reason now, but if I did see a reason in the future, I could. I see this as a public negotiation, right? This is the audience here. Well, there are several different audiences. One, of course, is Tesla shareholders trying to say, like, look, I'm focused on the company. I'm not getting sucked into Washington. Going to try to deal with some of the brand damage that my political presence has caused. But of course, the other audience is Republicans, right? That he's putting it out there that if they want money from him, they're going to have to do stuff. And you know, there's lots of stuff that has happened in Washington since Donald Trump took office that I think has made Elon Musk really happy. But Elon Musk has a very long list, and not all those things have happened. There are lots of opportunities for him to get contracts. You know, the Golden Dome, as you were discussing, like that's a potential revenue source for SpaceX. There are lots of areas that Elon Musk stands to benefit. You also have this in the bill right now, like they're planning on cutting these EV subsidies. Now we'll see where that ends up, but if those EV subsidies are cut completely, that could really hurt Tesla. So I think it's to his advantage to say, hey, I'm not a gimme for 2026. You have to win my support.
Hey, listen, one of the things that we noticed, Max, we went on air about 2 o'clock Wall Street time, and then shortly thereafter we saw the market pull back and go down to its lows. So we saw some selling. We were talking with our Eric Weiner here, who covers the equity market. He said a lot of that was with Tesla doing an interview with CNBC and talked about robotaxis and saying that they will be 1,000 robotaxis in Austin within a few months. And part of his was saying the cost of that, there's still a lot to be worked out in terms of liabilities. So I'm just curious, some of the comments that we got from our interview, as well as just Elon talking a lot today.
So the robotaxi thing, I think part of the one of the challenges for Tesla is there's so much sort of assumed in the stock. The Tesla bulls basically believe that almost overnight they're going to be able to turn this thing into a massive, massive business. And I think everything we know from the history of other companies trying to launch these robotaxi things, and I'm thinking particularly of Waymo, Google's driverless car division, which has been doing this for like 10 years and has really struggled to commercialize, is that it's going to take a long time. And when you look closely at what Musk is saying is going to happen in Austin, if you are not paying that close attention, if you're just sort of buying this like on Robinhood, you hear Elon Musk say, you know, robotaxi is going to take over the world, you think they're going to turn this on, they're going to be huge fleets. It's going to be very small. You know, during the earnings call, we learned something like 10 to 20 robotaxis with teleoperation. That's people, you know, sitting in command centers, making sure the cars don't hit anybody.
That's not necessarily what Waymo does by any means.
No, it's closer to, it's maybe what Waymo did, you know, years ago. And it's a realization, I think, that this is going to take a long time. So I don't know. Elon Musk has this kind of amazing ability to spin stories about the future, to get people excited about the future, and he may be able to do that. But like Tesla stock has gone up a lot in recent weeks. You know, some of that has to do with you know, tariff expectations and so on. But this is a very valuable company relative to the number of cars it sells.
Max, in the interview that he gave to our team at the Qatar Economic Forum earlier today, he was asked about protesters or the Tesla brand damage, and what he answered was, he said, quote, "They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do." That's referring to people damaging Tesla cars in showrooms. Something needs to be done about them, and a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. It seems like certainly there were reports of damage to Tesla vehicles and damage to Tesla showrooms, but there have also been these protests that have been happening at Tesla showrooms all over the country, especially during his work with Doge, that were not violent.
Yeah.
It seems like he's also in the past talked about these people being part of some bigger movement. He's referred to them online as being paid. Have we seen any evidence of that?
No, there's no evidence, no good evidence that the people who are showing up at these Tesla protests are paid. You know, I would say that he's conflating a couple of different things. But, you know, and having talked, we did a podcast episode on Elon a week and a half ago with a former Tesla sales manager. And who he's talking about is like the real danger is not these protesters, not somebody showing up to a protest. It's just somebody not buying. And like that is a thing that even if you remove the protests are of course not good for the brand. They're an expression of unhappiness and so on. It doesn't lead to good headlines. Obviously, protests can sometimes get out of hand, but also it's just a lot of people, I think, do not want to be associate their car with something this controversial. And what he was saying is that when Musk started, what this Tesla manager was saying is that when Musk started getting involved in politics a couple of years ago, they had people come into the Tesla stores and argue and say, you know, I like the car, but I don't like this, you know, still very engaged. And what he said, what changed as Musk became more and more engaged is they just stopped coming. They just decided, you know, screw this. Like, I don't want to be associated with something that's controversial. And when you look at what's happening in the sales, like that's what's showing up. It's not the protesters. It's just the people not buying. And that's a thing that's going to be hard to turn around, I think.
In terms of Tesla, the business, just real quickly, I mean, I think he talked about things are turning around. Is he right?
I think investors are certainly hoping so. We have not, in the publicly available data, there is very little to support this. Now, Elon Musk is saying it's happening, trust me, and he's citing the stock price. Now, as I said earlier, the stock price, lots of things are driving the stock price, but one of the main things is expectations around Trump's tariffs. In other words, having nothing to do with sales. So if he's saying you should trust me that the business is turning around because Tesla stock is up substantially over the last month, that doesn't, to me, suggest that sales are definitely up. What we've seen is numbers out of Europe and numbers out of China still not good. The U.S., we don't really know yet, so we will see. But this is not the kind of thing, I think, that can be turned around in a matter of days or weeks. People make decisions about buying cars over a term of years. That's why car companies spend so much doing brand advertising. And so this is going to have created damage with at least some subset of consumer that may be hard to undo. Now, Musk did say during the interview this morning in Qatar that some people are buying Teslas because of who he is. And there was a very memorable quote. He said maybe they're buying it, the people who are putting the stickers on the cars saying, I bought this before he was crazy. Maybe some people are buying it because he was crazy or whatever. So obviously making light of those stickers. Now, I don't think we've really seen that show up in the data yet. Cybertruck sales have not been great. Yeah. Although, again, this stuff can take time. Maybe it will start to show up.
We'll see. Always fun to listen from what Elon has to say, but always fun to also get some analysis from Max Chafkin on all of it. Max, of course, co-host of Everybody's Business, senior reporter for Bloomberg News, author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power, and of course, one of the hosts of the Elon Inc. podcast. Check it all out at Bloomberg.com or also on the Bloomberg terminal. Max, thanks.
Hey, let's get an update on everything happening in the business world. Here's some news with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Palo Alto Networks, after hours, just reporting earnings. Shares lower now by 5%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ finishing in the red today, looking at a 23-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 114, down 0.3. NASDAQ lower by 72, drop there of 0.4%. 10-year, 4.48%. We have the 2-year, 3.96%. Gold up 1.9%. Spot gold $32.90 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $62.56 a barrel, down 0.2%. And Bitcoin up 1.2%. 106,740 now on Bitcoin. Recapping stocks lower today with the S&P down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I really do appreciate it. Carol, this is not going to surprise you.
I know where you're going.
Okay.
You're going to see me shake my head a lot.
In 2024, only 2% of venture capital funding went to firms that exclusively had female founders. So it's higher if there's a co-founder who's a man, but we're talking about firms that are exclusively founded by women.
Not great.
2%.
Nothing.
This is according to data this month from PitchBook. So yeah, no question there is a gender gap when it comes to venture capital. Daniela Pearson is the founder of Chasm. It's an invite-only membership club that is looking to address this. She's also the founder and CEO of the Newsette Media Group. It publishes the Newsette morning newsletter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. I want to start with the new invite-only membership club because I have to tell you, when I hear invite-only and addressing some sort of gap, I think to myself, sounds exclusive, sounds difficult. How does that actually help with the gender gap?
Yeah, I mean, good question. So I've been really lucky with my backstory. I grew up as the dumb twin. I have OCD, ADHD, depression, couldn't get funding to save my life. Just the poster child for do not invest in. And so I, had a really hard time becoming successul. But at 25, because of the things that I thought were going to ruin me, like not getting funding, my company did $40 million in sales, and I got to put in my bank account 8 figures, which was really weird because there were other guys that were 25, guys, like not girls, that I knew that had like $1 billion companies, but that was all like fake money. I had like actual paper money, and some of those different companies like they IPO'd and it like went down, whatever. And so since then, I've wanted to make it like my mission to basically be so honest with how you can be successful, that it's not just like one size fits all. It's not about you getting funding. And so this is a very long way of me answering your question. So in this process, 10 years this year, I started when I was 19, Newsat, and 29. I have an incredible network. So like Diane von Furstenberg, you know, all of these incredible people who like plucked me out of obscurity. And so I was like, okay, what can I do that I have like a competitive advantage on, business word, that I can essentially connect a woman to and actually make a dent in the gender gap? Because like, you know, when you hear that, it's like, okay, but actually I can do a little bit. I can invest millions of dollars into women, etc. But my network can do a lot. And so essentially I built this business model called Member to Many. And I hope that people copy it, because could you imagine if, like, let's say every university had a membership where they paid $100,000 and it was just to cure cancer, like, you know, stuff like that. And if you're not paying it, why wouldn't you, right?
Wait. Hold on a second, because I feel like this is certainly an issue that we have talked a lot about here, right? In terms of women's startups and being able to access the network, the money, the finances, right, to build things out. And it sounds like you also, you know, were building a network and people, and that this has been something that has helped profusely. So tell me a little bit again, because I can't tell you how many conversations I've had about this over the years. What is it, though, that was different? Were people listening? Was it the right network?
So essentially that whole backstory was a very long-winded way of me answering the question, which is I know a lot of really cool people, and for some reason...
But how did you get to know a lot of really cool people?
Well, when Forbes announces as 27 that you're the youngest, wealthiest, self-made woman of color in the world, and if Kylie Jenner didn't exist, you'd just be the youngest, wealthiest, self-made woman in the world, a lot of people reach out, the big name people. And so I met people through them reaching out, through connections, through investing, all that stuff. And so I have this incredible network, and I essentially 1 year ago, almost to the day, I was like, okay, what can I do to actually close the gender gap? So I went, you just said a stat just now. So I went and I was like, okay, how much funding is actually going to women? And I found a statistic that for female-founded companies, in 2023, this is different, in 2023 and 2022, it was 2.1%, right? So that was like, oh shit. Then what pissed me off was in 2024, after that, it went down to 1.8%. There's never been more funding for women, never more girl power, yet it's going down. There's an issue. And so essentially my solution is a member to many model where the biggest people in the world, so this is invite only, 50 people, so like literally household names like Sarah Blakely, you know, Ali Webb, Lionel Richie, Tony Robbins, like all these incredible people, they pay $25,000. It's just 50, but we're adding new members, invite only, and most of them are my friends. And essentially that fuels this incredible ecosystem for female entrepreneurs, because
why do they want to be a part of your network? Because there's a lot of established venture capitalists or angel investors. Why is it that I understand you know a lot of people, and I get that, but why do they want to ante up $25,000 to be a part of the network?
Yeah, so basically it's because this is a very interesting way to solve a problem, which is the gender gap. And so basically there are 3 reasons why this is different and why people give a fuck, right?
No offense. You can't be doing that.
We got to keep the language clean.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just live and it's going out, and we just try to keep it sort of clean.
Sorry, I'm like I was a pirate in another life. But yeah, so the reason why people care is because this is not just a membership group. This was pitched to everybody as though you are going to be a member and involved in finally closing the gender gap. And you might think, how?
So wait, how long have you guys been doing it, and what's the results?
We just launched
yesterday, right?
Today, yeah.
So how do you know this strategy is going to work?
So
because people have made a very focused effort to help, you know, commit venture money, angel money to do these things.
Yeah. So let me.
you know, we've been talking about reducing this gender gap for a long time. So I'm curious why you think this is going to make a
everything you
difference.
keep talking about is the reason why it's not moving. Is because you keep talking about capital and all that stuff. That's not what we're doing. I have a thesis, and there are 3 things, and I think you guys will agree with me after I'm done. So the first reason why I know CHASM is going to work is I believe that we have gone down as, in terms of funding for women, because we've done one thing that CHASM is not going to make a mistake doing: isolating men. So we are not isolating men, and I've been guilty of it. I had, huge woman for woman rallies, and my boyfriend's hiding in the corner, etc. But this, in order to solve this problem, if 99.9999%, you guys talk about this all day, right? If 99.9% of women, of men, capital and resources, etc., belong to men, then why would we not include them in the solution? So that's number 1. Number 2 is I'm actually have a thesis that creating more successful female entrepreneurs is going to fix the gender gap, and I'll tell you why in a second. 3, I don't believe
about
it's
30 seconds left here. Yeah. So
yeah,
just go ahead.
I don't believe that it's just money that's going to solve this problem. 80% of the resources go to fueling this ecosystem with resources proximity, being able to actually get the insights that, made me, worth whatever, XYZ. And so that's what we're really focusing on.
Interesting stuff. Curious to see is you build it out, do it for a little while, and see what the actual impact is. So curious to check back with you in maybe a year or so. Daniela Pearson is the founder of CHASM, an invite-only membership club that is looking to really address the gender gap out there, and by committing capital to help that.
All right, meantime, on this Tuesday, we did see stocks close not at their lows, but still in the red today. The S&P 500 fell 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.4%. And the Dow fell 0.3%. I'm Tim Stenevec, along with Carol Master. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sakova. Denitsa, what's on your mind today?
Let's talk about Airbnb. It was actually a story that came out late on Thursday about Spanish government ordering the company to remove 66,000 listings. The stock closed the day 3% lower. What we're seeing is that obviously there is this trend of crackdown on tourist rentals, and it's a lot of this. It's coming in European towns that often have a housing problem in the first place, that get a really big jump in tourism, and that's definitely been a thing in the last 2-3 years. There have actually been a lot of protests. A lot of the local people are angry with this. Wages haven't been rising as fast as those rental prices have been rising, as more and more apartments have been becoming Airbnbs. So housing affordability has been a big issue, and now we're seeing European governments actually cracking on those. And it's coming at an interesting time. We talked about how Airbnb launched this new overhaul app where they're trying to provide services, personal chefs, hairstylists. So they're looking for new services they can provide to people. And it's coming at a time where, their core business is getting some limitations.
I mean, listen, right? The core of that business is their rental and their listings. But, you kind of strip down a bunch, and if that expands in other areas, other countries, that's a big deal.
I mean, local governments can do whatever they want to try to clamp down on this. New York City tried to. I believe you can still find Airbnb in New York. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked, but
I think
it's so funny. Even in our neighborhood, my husband and I think that's an Airbnb. We could just tell by the traffic. It's because it's residential, but it's
and the concern that critics of this system have, or the critics of this model have, is that it removes from the inventory a piece of property for a citizen who lives in that area. A hotel would also push back and say, hotels have been big proponents of limiting this stuff too, because their business gets affected as well.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I want to go to Moderna. This is the #1 gainer in the S&P 500 today.
Yeah, what a volatile week for vaccines. Even today, we actually had the FDA outlining an approach on the path forward, and we learned that U.S. regulator will no longer approve COVID booster shots for healthy adults and children without new studies. But there is a silver lining here, because the expectations were that the restriction will be way bigger. Though the stance would impose new limits on FDA approvals, it's softer approach. The agency is continuing to make shots available for high-risk people. There are two groups. We're talking about adults over the age of 65 years and children below the age of 6 months. So this kind of silver lining has been helping. We had Novavax rallying yesterday as well, and some good news of vaccine approvals. That said, those stocks are down here today. There is a lot of, Moderna is down 32%, Novavax is down about 4%. So this is much needed relief for Moderna today, but we're a long way from getting any gains this year.
All right. This one's my favorite because
I chose it for you.
Thank you.
Did you really? I didn't
love
like
that.
it, but I was like, I think he'll like it.
All right, I'm gonna let you take it away.
Amer Sports jumped 19% today, the most ever. Obviously, this is a new company, but still incredible day. This is the maker of Wilson tennis rackets and Salomon ski boots. I thought it's just a good proxy of how the consumer is doing. The record rally came as the firm boosted its adjusted profit forecast for full year and reported first quarter results that top expectations. Forecast revenue growth is 15 to 70%. They're not too worried about the tariffs. Could the forecast assume the current 30% tariff on Chinese goods? And they actually saw a lot of growth in China, 43% year over year. We saw so many upgrades today from JP Morgan, Baird, Bank of America. So really a lot of optimism coming on that stock. It's doing so well. Just incredible day. So I don't know, Tim. Why do you love it so much?
Well, Salomons are my preferred rain shoe. I'm not endorsing. I'm not endorsing a product here, but they're in a space that is of interest to me. Yeah. Wilson makes tennis rackets. I grew up playing tennis, played college tennis, and Wilson was my racket. And then they do a lot with the ski industry too, and then also mountain apparel with Arc'teryx. It's a really interesting model, like the umbrella of brands that they have, and it's a company that IPO'd not too long ago.
Yeah, and doing well this year.
They're doing so well. They're up in a very tough market.
I know, 33% higher today. I mean, this year, not today, this year.
High exposure to China, consumers, it's a big thing. I'm a snowboarder person, so I don't know too much about them, but they're doing great.
Hey, I'm sure some of those companies that make skis do snowboards too.
He's been all over this all day today.
I mean, it is like getting to be, the kickoff of summer, and we're talking about skiing, but that's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's never too early. Is it ever too early to
No, especially nowadays, because these ski companies want you to actually buy your lift tickets ahead of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denitsa Sakova, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, that's going to do it for the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week on this May 20th. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. Just a reminder where we ended. The S&P 500 a little bit lower, off its worst and best levels of the session, down 23 points. NASDAQ 100, a decline of about 80 points, but some bouncing around here. All right, do not go anywhere. More to come right here on Bloomberg. Have a good and safe evening. Balance of Power starts right now.